Sometimes I just don't get people. They see things, but they don't say anything. They hear things, but they carry on. And the quiet just stays there. I know in cricket, when something's not fair, someone speaks up. They appeal or refer. They don't pretend it didn't happen. They stand together. Maybe that's a lesson that needs to be learned from cricket. I wonder why it's harder to do that when it's not a game. Why people turn away. Why they keep quiet. Because quiet lets things carry on. On the field, everyone has a role. You back your team. You don't leave someone behind. Maybe it should be like that everywhere. So today, let's be brave. In black, it's not just the color. We're speaking up. It's everyone saying, we see you, we care. We're standing together. It's the Proteas women versus Pakistan. Take a stand. Wear black.
Alright, welcome everybody to White River Country Estate, Country Club. We've got the SWD badges up against the Mpumalanga Rhinos. The Rhinos are bowling first today. Looks like a lovely day out here, nice and sunny out in White River. And yeah, it looks like we're in for a really good day of cricket. We've got Gary Jukes from the golf course in. He loves this in. Bowls here from that in most of the time, and yeah.
Is it that one that you press when you talk? Ask him.
This wicket looks to be quite a belter. Nice and hard. A little bit of grass cover over the top, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here. As you see, the first two balls look nice and true. Good bounce, and yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a really good cricket wicket with its smaller outfield here in White River, and quite a hard one. Sure, it's going to be quite a high-scoring game. Off the mark there by Yasin Vali, a little drop and run to cover. He's going to look to set up like that surely. Plays nice and tight in the power play, and usually the one that bats right through the innings or looks to bat deep into the innings. So really excited to watch him go here today. See, the Rhinos gone with a unchanged squad. Unchanged.
Sleep met is chillen.
Off, on. Now it's on, and then off, come this side.
Is it on already?
Gareth Dukes coming in from the golf course end after a reasonably tidy over from John Henriksen. Good morning, Bongani.
Morning, right? How are you, man?
Very well.
Good. Lovely weather out here. Good for the cricket today.
Beautiful. Gareth Dukes in, nice and full, just outside off. Yeah, I think it's going to be a nice warm day for the guys from Southwestern Districts.
Yeah, most definitely.
The Badgers are going to be cooking out here today, and it's a very warm welcome to the Lowveld of Mpumalanga.
Yeah.
4 for no wicket after 2 overs. Full of length, solid cover drive. Looks like quite a slow outfield today. Chase with 4 runs. A good start to the over for the Badgers.
Yeah, the pitch looks to be quite truthful in terms of a fuller length. The guys can actually commit to a strong shot on the front foot.
It's going to be interesting to see how it holds up today.
Yeah,
very new wicket, one of the first white ball games here at White River Club,
yes.
which is now the reserve, the Rhino Reserve. That's a very good length by Dukes.
And the carry looks good too, eh?
Very vocal, the Rhino boys. I think they're ready for this format. It's what a beautiful ground.
It is.
They've put in a lot of work here in the past few months, and I'm sure the viewers will see that this is something exciting for the Mpumalanga Rhinos as a new venue on the circuit. Oh, just short.
Just short, yes.
Full and straightish, and I don't know if he mistimed that but just didn't carry to short mid on there. Hitting the deck nice and hard, Dukes, forcing the player to play shots here. I think that he's making the batsman play here. It's going to be interesting to see what is happening out there with the ball. I mean, we've just arrived here. We were caught up in a bit of traffic getting here, so we missed the first over. But gentle breeze blowing from west to east. Solid front foot shot for 1. Well, a little bit in it for both of the teams there. I think a few good shots, value for shots getting through the covers, and 1 or 2 chances for the bowling side there.
Yeah, I think the chance also comes from the level of intensity and the language that's on the field with regards to the Rhinos really being vocal about the whole scenario at this point. I think they're trying to get as much out of the new ball as they can.
100%. I think if you get in on this wicket, you can really take control. Henriksen into his second over. Very good single there for the Badgers. Straight to ball, full length, straight to the fielder, no run. definitely are looking for the ones and twos here. It looks like a slightly slower outfield than, this field in the last few months has been a massive contrast in being either extremely dry or extremely wet. We had a whole year's rainfall in 1 month. So I think that this is a lovely opportunity to get out on a dry field for a change. I think all of the visiting sides will agree that it's been quite frustrating, and nice to have a beautiful day, to have it starting on time. And the field is looking a little bit slow.
Yeah, and just, as you would know, White River normally gets a bit more rain than other parts of the low field, doesn't it?
100%.
So you'll find that there's still quite a bit of water still sitting. Hence the slowness of the field itself, the outfield, because it is well cut, so it shouldn't be, but it looks like there's still a lot of water based.
Henriksen into volley, punched on the front foot, square of the wicket, and another quick single to the Badgers. Not many boundaries out here so far in the first 3 overs. The one off Dukes through the covers. But you can see the batter's intent on working on getting as many singles as they can. They all count at the end of the day. Very vocal at the moment, the Rhinos, as Henriksen approaches the crease. Short ball pulled away, 4 runs. Well weighted, looks like he had it all under control. Very well played. Ruan to Blanche looks very organised at the crease.
Seems to have a lot of time on his feet as well. He committed quite early and got to the back foot shot and had control right through. Got over the ball.
He looks quite comfortable with the short ball, so it'll be interesting to see how the Rhinos respond to that.
Yeah.
Different change of field here. Let's see if this works out for the Rhinos players as they've dropped Henriksen out to deep square. Straight to the first slip, and that's the end of volley. Very good areas by Gareth Dukes here, and that's it. That's it, she wrote. Very well bowled. Yeah, I think that they had a plan there. He was maybe expecting the shorter ball, lack of foot movement, and that's it. A good little setup, maybe a plan coming together. Welcome Ali Milanzi to the party.
Good morning, gents. What a beautiful day it is, and a good setup by the bowler. And what I like the most is that they got a chance and they've utilized it. You know, that's what we want to see doing. I mean, we want to see from a winning team. You know, for you to be able to have a good start, you need to get those chances going. You know, you cannot miss such an important catch that was taken by the first leap there, Ryan.
Yeah, Ali, I agree with you, but at this level you would sort of expect the guys to be holding on to those catches, especially in the slips. You've got to put your guys in the slips that know how to take those and hold on to them. So I agree with you. Important to hold on to them early on in the game, and sometimes it does happen that they get dropped. You as a bowler know that. Bongani as an ex-wicket keeper, you know that as well, that you've got to hang on to those. So.
You have to, yeah.
But at this level, it's sort of expected that if it goes in the air and it's going to a player, it's got to stay in the hands. But even the best of the best put them down, so I'm sure they're just very happy that he held on to that.
It was a good take too.
That brings Jacobs to the crease. Looks like he's working on the quick singles there already, taking a quick dart halfway down the pitch. And that brings Dukes, who looks like he's hitting the deck nice and hard here, to the new batsman Jacobs.
Is It's a good thing that the Rhinos are bowling first, playing under this extreme heat, wearing black attire.
Yeah.
And it's working in their favor right now. 4th over, 1 wicket down. So it's a good start.
Dukes into Jacobs. Solid front foot defence. Exaggerated excitement from the slip cordon there, but I'm sure that's how they just to keep it interesting.
I'm really appreciating the length that the guys are running. Really going full and getting the guys to commit on the front foot. And I'm not sure how much movement there is out there.
Really, Dukes forcing the players to play shots and commit. I think that keeps them under pressure, especially if there is a bit of movement out there. As the lawnmower passes on behind us, I'm sure you'll appreciate that is a 4-stroke Jacobson lawnmower. Hopefully he's not going to pass us again anytime soon.
No.
But I'm sure that we're all familiar with those sounds, especially being right next door to the beautiful White River Golf Course. Solid front foot defence. Definitely showing his intent. Gareth Dukes. Good over this. What a lovely part of the world. I'm sure the teams that come to visit the Lowveld will appreciate the scenery and the facilities that they get to appreciate and enjoy while they're staying here in White River. All three of us commentators are from White River, so we might be a little bit biased. We're from the Lowveld at least. But as Dukes gets Jacobs into the front foot there again, getting him to commit. The ball doesn't seem to be doing anything exciting at the moment. So it just shows that batsmen get in, they could be in for good runs here.
Yeah, just taking the time to settle in and seeing how far you can take it, how deep you can take it. Yeah.
He looks like one of the guys that might give us a bit of a trouble, a bit of a run in terms of being solid. The way he's so solid. Once he get going, we are in for it.
So that's 15 for 1 after 5.
Ends a good over from Dukes. I don't think there were any planned misses there. And found the edge of no, not a maiden. Yes, it was a maiden.
Yeah, Jacob
Sorry, I was
sort of
speaking
coming in
correction.
first, yes, yeah.
So very good over that for Dukes, and the Rhinos would definitely be relishing at the opportunity here to get another wicket.
Yes.
See, they've dropped the same game plan to the start of the first over. Deep square leg, short fine leg, and possibly a few short balls in the over. Could it be a double bluff? Henriksen into on the front foot there. To Blanche, looks like he's eager to get off strike. I think he's definitely not going to be comfortable playing the shorter ball with the field setting that's been put in place here. Slightly quicker ball from John Henriksen. Good area, solid defence by to Blanche. Straight to point.
Good to see these opening bowlers working in pairs, putting the pressure, making sure that they keep it on all the way. It's not easy out there. You can see the guys are trying to negotiate with the bowlers.
There's a lot of chatter going on. Good areas, just backward of a length there. Great fielding at that point, but solid contact by Blanche again. Looks like a very clean hitter of the ball. We'll see as he gets in how this progresses for him. Henriksen bowling some good areas there.
It's also good to see fielders backing up their bowlers. Bowlers putting in an effort, and then being backed up by your fielders, making sure that nothing's going through, or putting in an effort so that nothing goes through.
100%.
Yeah.
Another fuller ball by Hendrickson there, front foot defensive, but to Blanche. Still no run off the over.
And again, I think they're still playing on that deep square leg, putting him in the back of their mind that he could get a shorter one. And let's see how far the Rhinos will take it.
It's an interesting one. That
Will they actually put it on their frame?
I think the intent is there. It could be a double bluff.
Yes.
Let's see what happens.
Yes.
Let's see if they do deliver a short one to him. Slightly shorter again. Hendrickson, I like watching him bowl. He's always very intense.
Yes.
And he's hitting the deck nice and hard here. He's always going to be giving it his all. He's having a look at backward point here, so I think maybe he's expecting the shorter ball to come.
Let's see if this will be the one.
And another full ball
Another full ball.
Sort of tentative to get fully forward there. Still made
Yes.
good contact, no run. That's a maiden over for
And that's the
Hendrickson.
second one, isn't it?
Second maiden
second
over
one
in
on the
a row.
trot, yeah.
I think with the wicket falling, the pressures on the Badgers here at the moment.
Yes.
A good start to this Division 2 one-day competition for Cricket South Africa. Rhinos off to a good start here. 6 overs down, 15 runs on the board, 1 wicket.
Yes. It'll be interesting to see when the first change comes in, second change comes in terms of what the levels of intensity will be in terms of changing of field. Are they going to, especially if it's going to happen now during the power play, to see what they'll be doing in terms of attacking from there. Because I think this, as Ryan just said now, it's a good start to the game from the bowling pair, keeping it tight from both sides. To see if the first change can sort of keep that going.
Momentum, yes.
Yeah, keep that momentum going and see if they can actually do it and keep doing it, especially if it's within the power point. The power play, sorry.
Dukes into Jacobs. Fuller ball.
Very full.
Standing quite deep in his crease, Jacobs. We are positioned quite square of the wicket here, so he's quite deep in his crease. Nice full ball from Dukes.
It seems like this deep square leg position is actually a ploy right through this power play situation with the Rhinos.
We're going to keep the batsman guessing.
Yes, yeah.
Is he going to get a short ball? When is it coming?
Yeah.
Slightly shorter ball there.
Because they're
Solid back foot defence, still no run.
and they're keeping the fine leg in the circle. Deep, yeah. So it's only deep square leg that's out in the boundary, and then as well as the third man on the boundary.
What is interesting to see is that the Guardian Roots, they won the toss, and I'd like to see what the game plan is going to turn out to be like. Because looking at how things are going at the moment, yes, they are being patient, they're waiting for the bad ball.
Great cover drive.
Great cover drive.
Beautiful shot. Yeah.
Well, Carl Jacobs finds the gap, throw over the hands, and he gets a very welcome boundary. I don't think Dukes will mind that too much. He's got him playing. Let's see what happens with the responses. Maybe that deep backward square will come into play.
Perhaps you're responding to my question regarding the game plan.
Yeah, what is the game plan? Here it is, isn't it? Yeah. It will be interesting to see if you'll come back with a short one and put the deep square leg into play, or will it keep the bluff going? Yeah. Again, I think it might also be a patience game for the Badgers, looking at building an innings, getting to understand the conditions, and then seeing if they can build from there. And I think the most important thing, they might be looking at not losing wickets. I think if they've got that in the back of their mind, it's about that platform building and then taking it from there, I guess.
and it might work in their favor going forward, because it's going to be hot here, and definitely bowlers will get frustrated, fielders will get frustrated, and that's why you get to lose your game plan as an opening or as a bowling team.
I think both of these sides will be quite accustomed to playing in the heat. The Badgers coming from Oudtshoorn, which is
Quite cool.
I think it's 50 degrees in the shade there most of the time. But, maybe a much drier climate. Here it's very humid, so it'll take getting used to, and fielding in the afternoon is not going to make it easier. It gets very muggy and hot. Oh, there's the short one, and on the back foot, well played, down to backward point. Another good over by Dukes, only the one boundary through extra cover, which ends a good start by the Rhinos. 19 for 1 after 7.
You'll have to wonder what is going through Ter Blanche's mind now, because he's been sitting on 12 for a while now. Things have been quite intense from both ends, unable to sort of break loose, or is he thinking he's fine, he's going to settle in, or is he starting to get a bit agitated? Is he going to want to sort of break loose and get his game going, or is he comfortable going the way he is? Is he biding his time?
It was interesting watching him and Vali bat. They were getting the ones quite comfortably, and there's very well a good connection there through the covers for 4. But he was ready to take off, whether it was going to the boundary or not. So I think his intention is he's clear. He's going to try and work it for 1 wherever he can, and if he gets the bonus like it as a boundary, then happy days. That relieves, that brings a little bit of relief to the Badgers here. Henriksen in, solid on the front foot, comfortable defensive shot.
I think their plan now is to get a boundary in each and every over. Building up towards the score or the target that they want to set up for the Rhinos. And what I like to see now, or what I'm actually seeing now, they are able to switch on and switch off. So that's good cricket. Another short one.
Yeah, well, I think what's going to be interesting to see, this is one of the first 50 over games on this new ground, the reserve in White River. So what Bongani Ali, what would you say is going to be a good total on this wicket?
I think it would depend on the wicket factor. If the guys are able to set up a good solid foundation, the guys can score anything from 250 up at the least. But if this wicket, if this partnership stays for long, then we're looking for closer to the 300.
I think from my experience playing on this pitch, batting second, it has always been difficult due to the ball, and keeping low and all that, So, which is not easy for any batsman, to be able to negotiate in comes to that, So it's going to be quite interesting to actually see which target they want to set up for themselves to be able to chase, 280, that will do.
Well, 280 is still achievable. You're batting second here. I think you've got to get close to 300. I think that will be something that the Badgers will be trying to achieve. This wicket, although it does slow down a bit, it doesn't do any, there's no real lateral movement. There's another one of those quick singles to Henriksen. He's definitely, the intent is there to get across, and he was definitely supported by Valley in the earlier parts of the innings, where they'd get through for a lot more of those singles, and it took a lot of the pressure off him. This is the first strike rotation in 4 overs. So the Rhinos have done extremely well to keep the batsmen in their cages, keep the rabbits in their cages, as they say. The Badgers in their cages. But the bowlers haven't done too much wrong here, keeping the pressure on the opening batsman.
Yeah, just to elaborate on that, Ryan, especially from a bowler's point of view, they've literally taken the game and give it to the batsman to play. You've got to make me play. I'm sticking to my game plan, and you must do it. You've got to make it happen. It's a beautiful shot.
Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Well weighted. It looked almost as if he was expecting the shorter ball. His feet were deep in the crease. And Henriksen obliged with a full ball, middle and leg, and he pushed it away for a
Beautiful
welcome boundary.
Yeah.
Partnership moves to 13 runs. Gareth Dukes preparing to come into Blanche. No changes to the field. Full length, pushes away, no run.
As a captain, Ryan, when would we like to see the bowling change taking place?
Well, I think both of these guys are very good at the death, as he bowls slightly full on the leg side there and worked away towards deep backward point. Both of these bowlers are regularly used at the death, so I'm sure that they won't use up all of their allocations to start off, even though they've had a good start here. It's going to be interesting to see what the change is and when it happens, because the Badgers are sort of not really firing on all cylinders here. Maybe they can take an opportunity with the first change. Good length. Ball left by Jacobs. Shadowing maybe what he felt like he should have done there. Doesn't look like there's too much movement or anything exciting happening up on the wicket or off the wicket. So, shot, lovely shot, well weighted, deep in his crease again. A bit full there from Dukes, missing his length perhaps by a fraction, and perfectly positioned to dispatch the ball through the covers. Very clean hit.
It's about time. We might see some big shots coming in now. I see Herman Roofs warming up there. We might see the first bowling change coming through for the Rhinos.
Could we see spin? Shorter length, very
Very well bowled.
well bowled. That was a very good response by Dukes. Pushing Jacobs up, maybe surprising him a little bit with some extra pace there, hitting the deck nice and hard back of a length. What I was saying earlier is Ali, are you bowlers not always warming up?
Always ready for the next over.
You're always anticipating.
Hey, maybe a little signal there to the captain that I'm ready. I'm seeing some things out here that I like.
If we can be able to recognize you, but I'm here.
Another full ball worked away through mid-wicket.
It's a beautiful shot.
Plays very well from deep in the crease, does Jacobs, and another confident shot, relieving a bit of pressure here for the Badgers. And maybe a sign of things to come.
Yeah. I was about to say that, after he bowled that one bounce or one shot one, that amazing previous ball that he bowled, as a bowler, it's an amazing feeling, after bowling it, But then when you go again for the second one and then it goes for four,
Yeah.
it kills you, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's like all the hard work has been null and void.
It looks like all the warming up worked well for Rolfs as he's brought into the attack.
I think the captain got the signal, didn't he?
I think it was more of a plan that I was just making a joke as the bowler's always warming up.
Yeah.
So, but let's see what this changes. Rolf is a very capable bowler. Rolfs to Blanche. Missed his length a little bit there and dispatched comfortably through the covers. A very good shot by De Blanche, and that takes them to 41 for 1 after 9 overs.
The momentum is certainly shifting. You know, the batsmen I think have found a game plan for themselves. They're sort of comfortable on the wicket. I think they've seen how it plays. As you alluded to, the ball maybe not moving as much. And they're using the crease quite comfortably too. The depth, getting down back into the crease, punching the ball into the covers, into the mid-wicket area, and seeing how they can maneuver the game. You know, so they really are now transferring the pressure back onto the Rhinos.
Looked like an attempt to play a lofted drive there. It's a mishit. I don't know if it kept a little bit low on him there. Rolfs is going to have to work hard to pull this over back. Very important to finish your overs strong. As De Blanche has a good look at deep back square, I think he might be expecting a shorter ball from Rolfs. Let's see if he obliges. Full and forward defensive, solid front foot defensive. No attempt for the one.
Such a bowler like Rose Ryan, I don't know the field placements. Would you like to change it a bit? Maybe pack the offside field and try and force the batsman to play outside off all the time?
Forward defensive. I think, Ali, this field is. I would stick with this field. They're definitely working with a plan, a very similar field to the first 3 bowlers they've utilised here. So there's definitely some structure to what they're doing. But sometimes those packing offsides and packing leg sides can backfire. I think they've got a plan with these guys continuously thinking that they're going to be getting a short ball at some stage with a deep backward point, but it could also mean that the wicket is slightly slower than what was expected. So maybe a mishit on the pull shot when that short ball is delivered. That brings on another change. So I think it's a. Always love watching the left-handers come in. Let's see if the change of angle can bring on another wicket for the Rhinos here at the reserve in White River. There's been a lot of action behind the scenes in the past few months at this facility. Big renovations to the clubhouse at the reserve. A lot of improvements to get this facility up to first class status, and it's a very, very exciting thing to see in the Lowveld. And it's nice to see development happening in cricket, and big efforts being made to upgrade the facilities to possibly host some bigger matches down here in the, maybe having the guys in the green and gold come and play an exhibition match down here or something. That would be quite exciting to see.
That would be a great thing for the Lowveld, and I'm sure we would all appreciate that in the Lowveld. But it's also good to see that the work is beginning.
It's a start. Oof, nice, smooth action there by Mark. It works it down to third man, short of a length.
Yeah, I think it's good to see the building of the infrastructure as far as cricket in the Lowveld is concerned. And as you said, it's a start of greater things to come. Let's see where it will go, and the Rhinos are here to sort of help that process grow with some good cricket as well.
To Blanche.
first time I've seen him playing on square on the back foot. The height that Maope is bowling from might have brought that about. He's coming in from a lot higher than all the other bowlers, and nice tall guy, and going across him, so you might see some shots square of the wicket here. De Blanche definitely keen on getting away for the ones. I just don't know how well Jacobs is supporting him on that. Catch it. Oh, and that's it. Hits it straight to point. Maope is in the wickets, and De Blanche was looking at playing square of the wicket. I mentioned that earlier, but maybe a little lapse in concentration there for him, trying to up the run rate. But a welcome wicket for the Rhinos, and that keeps them sort of in the pound seat here. If they can keep the pressure on here, I think that things could go their way in the next few overs. But a very welcome wicket there.
I think you spoke about Maope, using his height and bowling from nice and tall, staying nice and tall. I think it's working on his favour, because you can see that he's hitting the pitch very nice and hard, which makes it a bit difficult, also for me. I mean, him being a left-hand fast bowler, it's always difficult, coming around the wicket. It's not easy.
A nice variation to have in your team as well. So there are a lot of these tall bowlers around, not many of them left-handed. Some of them are. Marco Jansen, the guys coming in from bowling from the clouds is never a nice place for the ball to come from. You're always expecting it in the rib area, off a length, so it's not a fun thing to face as a batsman, but always nice to have in your arsenal as a bowling side.
Just to have those different angles.
This brings Van Heerden to the crease, under a bit of pressure here, so let's see how he handles it. A good start by Maope.
I still believe we're still going to see a lot of pace coming from Maope. We haven't seen much yet. He's not even forcing anything. He's just running in nice and smooth,
That gentle breeze I spoke about earlier is now gone, and it's starting to bake a little bit here as Maope goes into the new Van Heerden. Forces him onto the back foot straight away.
I must say, I enjoy Maope's action. It's quite fluent. Doesn't seem to be too much of an effort to it,
Always nice seeing, watching a left-hander bowl. I've always enjoyed it. As a batsman, it brings about its challenges, but it's just a variation. But it's always a nice thing to see. I don't know why they look so much smoother and excuse me, the crease, but it's lovely bit of bowling, and Van Heerden saying that the ball as if it kept low, but I think you're 100% right there, Ali. Beaten for pace. He was all over that.
What I like about him is that you can see he's not trying anything new. He's just sticking to the game plan, putting the ball where it has to be, hitting the dots right, and then allowing the batsman to make the mistakes, just like you've seen. Yes, boy.
I think what makes it easy for a captain more than anything else is when you've got a field set and a bowler comfortable to bowl to that. Because if you look at what Maope is doing now, all the field placings, especially if you look at the offside placing, look at the wicket that he took. It was literally placed for that shot, and the field placing was there. You've got a man here, deep cover on the boundary. You have the point that took the catch, So, and they did. If you look at the other over with Ross bowling, there isn't anyone in the slips. There wasn't in the previous over, but for Maope there was, which means they were looking for that ball to be bowled, for those fielders to be able to take that. Was the keeper looking at putting on the helmet for this one?
Rolf's coming into Jacobs here. Back of a length on the back foot. Standing nice and deep in his creases, Jacobs. It's an interesting ploy on a wicket which is a little bit lower than the rest of them, I would assume, or from having played here for a couple of years. Rolfs into Jacobs, pulls out. Maybe a bit of chatter distracted the bowler as he ran up there. Rolfs to Jacobs, second attempt. Hard back of a length. Solid defence. Slightly quicker ball outside off and comfortably left by Jacobs. Rolfs to Jacobs, solid front foot defence. The pressure builds in the Southwest District's badges. The Rhinos off to a good start here.
Yeah. I think, what is it, 42 for 2 after 11. I think what they've done well, even in those couple of overs where the boundaries were being scored by the Badgers, the Rhinos did well to sort of just calm down.
The end of a good over by Rolfs. I'm eager to watch these Mahape bowlers overs and see if he can pick up another wicket. An exciting young bowler to watch. It's going to be interesting to see how Van Heerden responds to the previous over where he seemed to struggle a little bit.
He did, yes. He did sort of tentative play. He played him very tentatively. And again, I think because of that height factor that we were talking about in terms of where he bowls it from.
Slightly fuller by Mahope, comfortably defended by Van Heerden. Oh, hard back of length. He's definitely not looking comfortable at the crease, is Van Heerden. Tentatively struggling to decide whether to go back or forward to Mahope, and I think that's what that height advantage brings to the table. It's been pretty consistent, the wicket, if you ask me.
It hasn't shown any differences in lengths as well. I think it's just the angle that which Maupa is coming that's sort of challenging his thinking there, isn't it?
Both of these batters batting very deep within their creases, with his trigger movement pushing back. It's interesting to watch here from square on.
It's definitely going to be a long day for the Badgers, by the way things are looking. You spoke about the current batsman facing right now, Ryan, that is not comfortable at all. It gets tricky, especially when you're facing a left-hand fast bowler. You know, you'll never know what to expect, you know, especially when he's coming around the wicket. So it's always crazy.
Both sides keen to get off to a good start in this tournament, in the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. Fuller length by Maopef, comfortably punched to mid-on by Van Heerden.
It's George Van Heerden, the captain. It will be interesting to see how he's going to actually try and get his balance going and to be able to give us what we are actually expecting here from him as a captain. End of the over, just one run from that last ball. I think the runners will be happy at this stage, looking how things are going. Just after 13 overs, 43 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. It is a good start for him. In most cases, after 10 overs, any betting side will be happy if they are above 50.
In modern cricket, you'd be looking more towards the 100-run mark. Rolf's into Carl Jacobs. He takes a step out of his crease. Quick single. Oh, in trouble there. Just made it in. I think that would have been out. So they maybe had a chat halfway down the wicket after the end of that over, and that would have been out if it had hit.
I think that was a bit of a slow action there by, I think it's Mohammed Mayat, yeah. If it was a quick action and the balance was correct, he would have taken that wicket. I think it would have been a great run out, that one. He lost a bit of a balance there.
Rolf's Jacobs on the gloves there, down to third man as it trickles away, and they scurry through for one. .45 for 2. Badgers are going to want to get settled in here and start scoring some runs. You're going to have to get used to that as the ball goes through and keep slightly lower, that one. But I think it's going to be important for them to get settled in,
Yes.
read the wicket, and then start building on picking this run rate up a little bit, because we're going to be looking at a sub 250 game here.
Oh, Bob. I think in this partnership, one of the guys will have to anchor this this innings and sort of bat through, which would also help in posting that 280 plus. I think one of the guys between Jacobs and Van Heerden stays in and sort of bats deep into the innings. That should help in getting the Badgers a good total at the end.
Shorter ball by Rolfs. Both Van Heerden and Jacobs taking steps out of their crease. I wonder what the intention is or what the discussion was after the previous over, but one step out of the crease, both of them tend to be batting quite deep in their creases, so it's interesting to see this ploy. Maybe a slight change in tactics. works it away to mid-wicket for 1. It brings an end to the Rolfs over. 46 for 2 after 13 overs, the Badgers.
I think it is also important to remind those that are just joining us, our viewers, that we are coming to you live all the way from White River Country Estate down in the Lowveld. What a beautiful province it is. And you spoke lengthily about how they've actually transformed this cricket ground, Ryan. I think let's give credit to the Mpumalanga Rhinos as well. This is a job well done.
With all the renovations and changes that are happening at the club, it's also been given the name the Reserve. So I think that's a nice little play on things, the Rhino Reserve. I know there were a lot of discussions as what they would call this ground as it starts being introduced to some of the bigger first class matches. An exciting addition to the fixture list compared to Van Heerden as he works it away behind square. Only 1. Six runs in 6 overs was a comment from the boundary here, and that's quite an interesting comment. Batsmen have to work hard out here by the looks of things. The bowler's doing a very good job hitting their areas. Maupe into Jacobs. Nice and full, solid on the front foot there.
It is 47 for 2 after 14 overs with the Rhinos. That's a no ball called for Maupa. I think that was from overstepping there. Free hit.
Batsman licking his lips here as Jacobs gets an opportunity to score some free runs here. And the runs have been hard to come by, so this is a nice little gift from Maupe. Let's see how Maupe responds to the deep in his crease Jacobs. Short ball, hits the back of the bat by the looks of things there. And sneaks away for 4, but a very good short ball by Maupe. And I'm not actually sure what that hit. Looked like it hit the back of the bat.
Yeah, on the back swivel, yes. Almost behind his back, almost behind his helmet.
Oh, nice wheels there. Hit the deck nice and hard there. It shows that there is something in this wicket if you put your back into it. Welcome drinks break here. For a quick welcome thirst quenchers by all the players in the field. Everyone's taking an opportunity as a gentle breeze comes back again, and I'm grateful for it. I can imagine how the players out there are feeling.
I think it is much needed based with the amount of heat that's out there. I just wonder what the word would have been from the Badgers instructions in terms of what they will need to going forward now. It'll be interesting if they're going to change tactics in terms of what they're going to be doing in terms of pushing towards the Rhinos. Are they going to go for it, or are they still going to sort of consolidate at 52 for 2 after 14?
Maupe into Jacobs, solid defence there. I think that Bongani, I think one of them is going to have to try and bat through here.
Definitely.
But they're going to have to up the run rate from here on in. I think that there's going to be pressure on the rest of the players if they don't. The bowlers are doing a very good job here, the Rhinos bowlers, hitting their areas and using the wicket. I think they've got the advantage of having played a few games on it. Maupe into Jacobs off the back foot. Oh, misfield. And 4 runs to deep backward point. Welcome relief for the Badgers.
I don't think the Rhinos bowlers will be in any sort of discomfort at this point, because the transfer, they don't need to really change what they're doing. The old saying, don't fix what's not broken.
Yes.
So they'll just go through the motions as long as it keeps working for them. Hence, I'd like to see what the Badgers batsmen are going to do. Is one of the batsmen going to take it on and say, listen, I'm going to push it, and one anchors,
Van Heeren off the front foot to deep extra cover. A fuller length from Rolfs. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to the start. With the shuffles out of the crease, perhaps Rolfs bowling a slightly slower pace than Maupe. Maybe they're going to look at taking him on. Solid defence. Jacobs. Both players on the leg side are deep on the boundary, behind square. So I don't know how many balls will be easy ones if they bowl anything short of a length and straight. And these batsmen are going to have to start rotating the strike as well. Good areas by Rolfs, solid defence by Jacobs.
Once again, the breeze has sort of disappeared from us again. Now, I just wonder how the boys are feeling out there in this heat.
Rolfs into Jacobs. Definitely looking at rotating the strike if you look at how they're following through and positions after hitting the ball. But I've been impressed with the Rhinos fielding today. They've been on point. They've looked like they've had good intensity. As Rolfs approaches for Jacobs. Solid defence, no run. 57 for 2 after 15 overs. Rolfs into Jacobs. Fuller ball play and a miss by Jacobs. No feet. Another good over for the Rhinos.
If you look at stats, they also tell you that when Van Heerden has anchored an innings for the Badgers, they tend to really flourish at the end. I don't know if he would be the one that they'd be looking at doing the same today. He's sort of helped them on various occasions to sort of anchor the innings, allows other guys to play around him. It would be interesting to hear what they're thinking today. Is he the guy, or is he the guy that's going to take on the bowling today?
Maupe into Van Heerden. Over length on the back foot, defends. No run. Maupe into Van Heerden. Full ball, outside edge of the bat, over point for 4 runs. A welcome boundary for the Badgers. Not so sure he intended to hit it there, but the result, I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
I think also much needed for the Badgers at this point as well. Hey?
Maupa into Van Heerden. Good area again. Solid defence. I think one of the important things that we saw earlier on in the innings was that Vali and Terblanche were good on the singles, and I think that's sort of taken a back seat here. So relying on a boundary every second or third over is not going to help their cause. So I think they're going to have to work harder at getting the ones and twos and finding the gaps, but it just shows the good job that the Rhinos are doing at this stage, at keeping the ones and twos down. And every now and again, you're only human, there's going to be a boundary every now and again. On the front foot, another misfield at backward point, and they get that relief and that one that we're talking about. Also gives them a chance to bowl at another batsman, Jacobs. I think Van Heerden's been struggling a little bit more against Maupa than against Rolf, so it's going to be interesting to see what Jacobs' approach is now towards Maupa. Maupa into Jacobs, shorter over length on the leg side and just punched away to mid-wicket. No run. 62 for 2 after 16 overs. The Badgers are.
I think it is a good start or good attack from our bowlers at the Rhinos, Ryan, because if you look at the dot balls that have bowled, Garrett Jukes 22 dots, Hendrickson 17 dots, Herman Rolfs 19 dots, and Temba Maupa, as we speak, is already bowled 17 dots. So all in all, that's about 73 dots that has been bowled by the Rhinos bowlers. And
that brings about drinks. I think that Ali again, that brings on the importance of your ones and twos and finding your gaps. And the Rhinos have done very well to keep off the singles, and even the boundaries. There've been very, very few boundaries. A couple of very good shots by the Badgers players, mostly through the cover region. But it's been interesting. A lot of dot balls here. Vali and Terblanche in the beginning did a sterling job at rotating the strike, and we haven't seen much of that since then. That brings us to drink. 62 for 2 after 17 overs here at the reserve in White River.
I think before you can go, Ryan, my question would be, as a captain or as a coach, it rings breaks 62 for 2, as you've just alluded. The next session, what would be your game plan as a batting side?
Well, from a batting perspective, I'd definitely be looking at trying to push for more ones and twos and strike rotation, which is important. It keeps the runs ticking, and then the boundaries, they'll come. As the batsman gets settled, it becomes easier. It's a basic strategy, but that's what I'd be looking at doing. I think they've been lacking in that department, punching it straight to the fielder most of the time, and the Rhinos players have just been sticking to their good areas. And all credit to the Rhinos bowlers and fielders for keeping the singles and the ones and twos out here, because it definitely relieves pressure when you get strike rotation and you just keep the scoreboard ticking. And I think that the Badgers players are having to look back at the scoreboard after every 4 overs and seeing that they've only scratched off 2 runs, or maybe the single boundary for 4 overs. At one stage I heard one of the players saying 6 runs off 6 overs. That's what we're looking at here. So I hope that answers your question there, Ali.
Most definitely. I think, Bongani, this will come to you. As a wicketkeeper back in the day, you were one of the greatest wicketkeepers that I've ever seen. I think from your side, it's always easy to see everything on what is happening on the field placements and all that. What would be your take? What will you say to your team, your fielding team, as we go to the second session?
Yeah, I think from a wicket-keeper and a leadership point of view, the wicket is not playing as untrue as one might think. It's actually playing quite truthfully. The fielding needs to stay as compact as it has been, and then looking at your bowling, just keeping that pressure going. I said to Ryan just now, you don't fix something that's not broken, but we must just make sure that we are sticking to our guns as we've done up until now. The lengths have been very for putting the game to the batsman, saying to the batsman, let's play the game. I think that the angles that have been used, especially in front of square, have been very, very straight. Very square, not straight, because of the anticipation of the wicket.
I think you've just said it all when you said, don't fix what is not broken.
Yes, definitely.
Just stick to the plan.
The game, the game at this point belongs to the Rhinos, if I can put it that way. It's the Badgers that really need to make the play. It's one batsman who really needs to bat through. The other must sort of take on. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. It's a beautiful ball. I think the game is on the Badgers court now. I think they really need to sort of set the play and make the Rhinos uncomfortable. The Rhinos are quite comfortable at this point. They had a game plan and they've stuck to it because it's working. Yeah.
And it all works in your favor as a fielding team when things are working in your favor. When the runs are not ticking and the scoreboard it remains the same, or it keeps lower than going up. That's what you want to see, and that's what keeps you going as a fielder. You end up not even feeling the heat anymore because you are encouraged, you are motivated by what you see.
And your bowlers just keep coming through for you. The heat, as you're saying, the heat just doesn't play the part that it would to discourage a fielding team. It's good fielding on the boundary there, but I think it's gone through. Yeah, the umpire signalled 4 runs. Ball went through square leg and going right between the backward square and fine leg. Didn't quite look like the intended shot, did it, Ali? I think he was trying to play a bit straighter there. But I think it's the intent now that the Badgers seem to have come out with. I know it's still quite early, but let's see. It looks like they really want to take the game on now.
I also think that was a bit casual there from, was it Sonnypool on the boundary? And to answer your question, that was not the shot that he intended to play. He was actually going a bit straighter, but then missed it and then went all the way down. down for 4.
Definitely a change in gears here by the Badgers after the drinks break. Trying to hit over the circle now. And some aerial shots being explored, even though they've been mishit. I don't think it's going to plan as of yet, but Rolf's into Van Heerden. He steps out of the crease. Ball keeps low, maybe a slower ball. Rolling his fingers over the seam. Strong finish to the over. But definitely the intention is clear now. They're going to pick up the run rate, and they're going to have to. Try and make it easier for later on in the innings.
Maupe to carry on the other end. I think as we were saying before the drinks break, Maupe was causing quite a bit of a challenge to the batsman. With the mindset change, it will be interesting to see how they're going to look at taking him on, because they really weren't too comfortable with him.
I'll definitely say that Maupe has posed a challenge. They've got to work really hard to get him off the square, and Van Heerden especially has been having to work really hard. Seems to be struggling a little bit against the left-hand tall seam bowler. Jacobs comfortable on the front foot there. Solid defence. 68 for 2 after 18 as we start the 19th over.
Nice punch to extra cover there, and a single being taken. And again, I think that also goes back to the intent that's being shown now by the Badgers.
Definitely gives you a lot more to think about as a batsman, and that's when mistakes happen. So let's see how Maupe responds to that. Full length, comfortable on the front foot as they sneak through for the one. Ooh. Comfortably gathered, but a easy single. Well, I say easy, they had to work a little bit for that. I mean, Maupe into Jacobs again, deep in the crease. Good length, worked away off the leg side, slightly straight down to fine leg. A comfortable one. Scoreboard ticking over slowly here. This is more what the Badgers will be after. A good response after drinks. Slightly different approach, and maybe it will work out a little bit better for them. Shorter, slower ball to Van Heerden, works it away to fine leg again for another one.
I think the Rhinos will still be happy with the fact that no boundaries are coming in yet. However, at this level, you want to give a room where your batsmen will be comfortable in terms of getting those easy runs throughout the pitch, because at the moment they've been getting those easy runs, and it releases some of the pressure from them. So as a bowling team,
Great catch at cover, great catch. Jumping to slightly to his left there, but he did very well to hold on to that. But that's a magnificent catch as they get rid of the danger man Jacobs. Looking at starting to work at hitting some more boundaries there, but what an amazing catch. I think I shouted with excitement there. A couple of leaves fell off the tree above me, but that was a really good catch. You almost stand up with the player as it looks like it's going over his head, but he jumped and plucked it out of the sky. Very good catch by the Mpumalanga Rhinos to get their third wicket. It's 72 for 3 after 18.
and this is what we want to see at this level of cricket. Catches like that being taken. It's so encouraging. You can see the level of cricket that is actually now starting to go into another dimension. That was a beautiful catch, and as a bowler, you know, when you see a catch like that, sometimes you get worried when it goes to a fielder. You're like, yes, will he be able to catch it? Will he be able to get that one? But then as soon as it takes it, you know, it gives you a new vibe.
Well, definitely. You know, they come in after drinks here. The change of intensity. You know, it can go both ways. They've picked up the run rate, but they've lost a wicket, and I think those wickets are going to become vital later on in this innings, especially if you haven't really got off to the start that you wanted. It brings Moletsane to the crease.
It's good to see the Rhinos responding. After I've said, you know, it's always nice to keep the pressure going, you know, and just a few moments after I've said that they've responded with a wicket, you know, it's a good thing to see, and it's working in their favour as we speak.
Rolf's into Van Heerden again. Very important that he plays an anchor role here, but he's still got to keep the scoreboard ticking. Captain's innings as he steps out of the crease, a straighter ball worked away to short mid-wicket. I think it's going to be important for Van Heerden to stick around here. It really is, as they say, a captain's innings is going to be required. So to improvise to get a couple of shots away, but it looks like he's definitely looking at targeting Rolfs by the look of things. His footwork in the crease as he takes a step back into the crease, works it backward of square. Shorter ball by Rolfs, picked up by Swanepoel in the deep. It's always difficult as a wicketkeeper when they throw it in at your shins. Hey,
Definitely. No, definitely. With the young wicketkeepers, you're always encouraged to say a word or two to your fielders to keep them on their toes, isn't it? But it's always a bit of a challenge. Question, gents: when would you look at introducing spin in this game, based on how it's weighted right now?
I think it is also based on how the wicket is responding, because at the moment I think with the nagging bowlers that we are seeing from Rhodes, it's working in the Rhinos' favour. Perhaps in the next 5 overs, that's when maybe you can think of introducing a spinner or something.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be interested to see how they do use their spinners in this match. It is going to be interesting. You know, the seamers have done an outstanding job up front here. So they're going to have to find a spinner that's going to bowl in tandem with a seamer. And fuller length, solid on the front foot. There's Moletsane, and that brings it into one more ball.
Yeah, and I'm asking that really based on what you're saying now, Ryan, that it would be interesting to see what the role the spinner would play and what field settings would they still be in this attacking mode, looking for wickets, you know?
Just back of a length, trying to get through for the single. It's well fielded by the Rhinos there. All of the 3 players converging on the ball there, so definitely no chance for a single. I think that it's a fine line. You know, when the seamers are doing such a good job, it's also an opportunity for the batsman to change gears, as I said earlier. Again, you know, depends on how you're going to use your spinner. You're going to go attacking or defensive as a spinner. Who's he going to bowl with? Those are important factors as Rolf into Moletsane, solid on the front foot. Looks like Mawope coming in for another over to Van Heerden. This is an interesting challenge to witness. I think it definitely is a battle of wills here. Mawope sticking to his guns. Van Heerden trying to hit his way out of this situation by the looks of things, especially against Mawope.
Yeah, Mawope coming in for his 6th over now.
fuller length, solid drive to mid-off. Starting to look comfortable, Van Heerden. Maupa into Van Heerden. Fuller length on the front foot, just punches it through, no run. Badgers really are going to have to look at working on the ones and twos here just to relieve the pressure.
It's the most frustrating thing as a batsman, you know, you're always saying to your partner, let's wait for the bad ball, but nothing is coming. And, you know, you want to get the runs ticking on the scoreboard. So, yeah, it gets tricky sometimes. You just have to switch on and switch off and try and change some of the game plan and play some of the risky shots. I've seen you doing it a couple of times, Ryan, back in the day. I think you were one of those batsmen that will be able to actually frustrate an opponent, no matter how hard they come on you. But the way you will be actually playing, it reminded me of Herschel Gibbs some of the times that you were playing some of those shots.
I'll take that as a compliment if you can. I don't see myself as being on the same level as Herschel Gibbs, but it's definitely intentional. Shorter ball, worked away in front of square. Breeze Swanepoel on the boundary, well fielded there. Yeah, sometimes you've got to take the game to the opposition, and if you get your side off to a good start, it makes it a lot easier to put on big totals. Especially as the game started to evolve, and makes it a lot more exciting to watch as well, doesn't it? Well, I think that's T20 cricket has played a big role in that. It works it away through mid-wicket, 2 here, possibly 3. It's 4 runs. Slightly quicker outfield on the far side. Maybe the grass is a touch shorter than on this side of the wicket, the western side.
Not bad from Themba Maupa. 6 overs, 23 runs, 2 wickets, and 23 dot balls. That's a good spell from him. I think as a captain now, you're thinking, should I rest him or should I just go through?
Well, I think it's going to be important to who your guys are that you rely on to bowl at the death, and that's the maths that the captain and coaches are going to have to do here. I know that Dukes bowls very well at the death, as well as Rolfs and Henriksen, as we introducing the spin we talked about earlier.
It is Mapaka coming on to the attack. He did well last season, a few seasons back. Let's see what he is capable of doing in his one day. First dot ball, and a good one.
Just going to see what approach the batsman take here, going deep into his crease, the ball keeping slightly low on him there. Off the outside edge, charging down the wicket. I'll take that if I was the Rhinos.
You can see the frustration coming from Alexander there. He wants to get runs on the board. he's not willing to wait and analyze the bowler.
There's another
the wicket.
important single. It's always nice as a batting side to try and dictate to the bowlers as to what's going to happen, so you can slowly start taking control, and that's always a ploy that batsmen try and use when a new bowler is introduced, especially the spinners. You try and take control, put him under pressure immediately. It's always going to be good to see how the bowler responds. Very well fielded, solid drive, straight back to the bowler. Lost his glasses in the process. Mpumalanga into Van Heerden. Slightly shorter, slaps it to deep backward point. Another one to the tally. 84 for 3 after 21 overs in the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition here in White River at the reserve. Mpumalanga into Moletsane. Solid on the front foot, another quick single. They're doing very well. Strike rotation here, this is something we spoke about earlier. It takes a lot of pressure off the batting side.
Peko Moletsane coming in with a different approach, a different strategy, trying to switch the pressure from the batting side and moving it back to the fielding team. As you can see, the quick singers that he's been taking, it's a sign that he's actually trying to put pressure back onto the fielding team. Another spin bowler.
It is most definitely not a spin bowler. If he is going to bowl spin from that run up, I'd be very surprised, Ali.
My bad.
Change in bowling. Moletsane on strike. Definitely looking at working the ones and twos here. Backward of a length, deep in his crease, no run. Brokenshaw into the attack. Very handy young player this. Brokenshaw into Moletsane. He charges down the wicket. Pats it back, no run. Brokenshaw into Moletsane. Good length, punched away to backward point, no run again. 86 for 3 after 22 overs. Hitting the deck nice and hard. Oh, he's going to be close here, but he's safely back. Moletsane, that could have been a problem there for the Southwestern District's badges. Not really sure what he was thinking there, but tidy over the so far from Brokenshaw. Definitely the pressure building, and it just shows that they are taking this these singles seriously, because they definitely want to get more ones and twos in here. Same area, this time he'll get away quite comfortably for one, down to deep third man.
I think it will be best for Kenisha just to try and bowl it a bit fuller, right, to get the batsman driving. You know, unlike bowling it a bit short.
I think he's erring on the side of caution here. That slightly fuller ball might be able to get it under it and get it over the inner ring here. There's no one out in the boundary, whereas if he's bowling it short, he's got protection out in the deep here at square and behind square. So I think that it's all to plan here, Ali. He's bowling to his field. Mpaka in for his second over here. Two interesting deliveries to Moletsane in the first over. Definitely looking at going after Mpaka, so we're going to see how he approaches this over. Nice full ball, well worked away for a boundary behind square. Well weighted by Moletsane. It's a good cricket shot. Missed his length slightly, Mpaka.
Also slightly outside of, which makes it a bit easier for the batsman to actually open up and play shots.
Solid forward defensive. Coming down the wicket and worked away to mid wicket. They're going to look at pushing for two. Moletsane wants it. Van Heerden is declining the second. And another one to the tally. 98 for 3 after 23 overs. Parker into Van Heerden, solid on the front foot and a comfortable one. I think this is very important, this, and Van Heerden seems to be settling in his innings here and getting the ones and twos that he needs, and then those boundaries become a welcome bonus when they do come.
Yeah, I think he has decided he's going to play the anchor role.
Well worked away by Moletsane, and they're going to push through for the second, and there's a mix up here, and could it be out? He's just in.
The calling was quite unclear there for that second one. There wasn't a consensus at all. When they both played, it was very unclear.
Well, it almost looked as if Moletsane returned from halfway down the wicket, so you almost wonder if he should have followed through and completed the second. But both of them would have had to be in agreement, obviously, Bongani, otherwise one of them would have been stuck on the other side. Definitely. But a bit of confusion there, and that brings the end to the 25th over here at the reserve. 94 for 3 after 25 overs. Apologise. Brokenshaw coming in for his second over. Approaching the halfway mark in the innings here. Seven wickets in hand. Deep square leg, deep extra cover. Brokenshaw into Moletsane. Bowls it just back of a length. You can work it away for. Will they get two here? No, it's one well fielded from the boundary there by Maupe. Maybe missed his line a little bit there, Brokenshaw. A little bit too straight and easily worked away for one. Deep back in his crease and he works it away for one. Starting to find the gaps, find the holes, Van Heerden.
I haven't heard much from Katrada, the wicket keeper. He hasn't been saying a lot to his bowlers, and maybe now, but he has been so quiet. You know, it assists a lot. You know, when you have a wicket keeper that is able to actually try and speak to his bowlers, field placement, looking at the foot movements and all that. It's up in the air and take it.
Comfortable catch by Maupa on the boundary, and there we go. That brings an end to Molatsane's innings. I don't know if he'd want to be hitting it there. Maybe he was looking at getting it slightly more in front of square, but the plan is all coming together here for the Rhinos. 96 for 4 after 24 overs.
Exactly what you spoke about earlier on, Ryan, when I said I think maybe he must try and bowl it a bit fuller, and then he said no, because he's got covering, a deep square, and I think it's working in his favor right now. The game plan worked again. It's always good to see, you know, players working towards their game plan, and so far the Rhinos have been doing well in terms of working towards that, and if they continue doing like that, we might see the Badgers being restricted under 180 as things are looking, because now they are frustrated, now they are actually under pressure. They want to get the scoreboard ticking, but it's not happening.
That brings Richards to the crease, a big man. Van Heerden on 23 or 41 balls. Definitely going to have to bat through here and have a chat to the batsmen who come in. Mulatsane was definitely working hard at getting those ones and twos in. And I think that's going to be vital for the balls to come. Brokenshaw into Richards, solid on the front foot. The first ball, the Rhinos a little bit more animated right now after the wicket.
You almost get the sense that the play needs to happen now for the Badgers, and that the game needs to sort of pick up now. There's a lot of pressure, obviously, because of the wickets that have gone and the amount of time that has been taken to get to where they are now. With the bowling being as organised as it has been from the Rhinos, and they've just kept sticking to the game plan, with the kind of fielding that sort of surrounded that as well, that sort of the Badgers will really have to take the game on now. Start to get onto the front foot, and unfortunately Van Heerden, who has sort of tried to play the anchor role, will have to also sort of get in there as well.
Oh, the outside half of the batters, it trickles down to third man, to John Henriksen at third man, and it gets it in comfortably for one. I agree with you. You know, the momentum, you've got to take the momentum away from the bowling side, and it's very difficult when they're in control, as the Rhinos are now. I think they've bowled very well to sort of keep control of the game and controlling the flow, but they're going to have to try something different, and the wickets have been falling, you know, as they start picking up momentum. So the Rhinos have done very well to contend with that. As they pick up the run rate, a wicket falls. So there's been no real rhythm by the Badgers. and the Rhinos have done well with regards to that. Parker into Richards, very wristy flick towards deep mid on. Easy one to mid wicket.
And I think just to elaborate on that, Ryan, from where we are now, we are halfway through the innings, and the bowling team hasn't had to change tactics, and that should be a bit of concern for a batting team. In that,
Well, I think for the Rhinos players, it's been going to plan, and it's always nice when it goes to plan, and you don't have to change your plan. And the Badgers haven't done anything to force a change in tactics, so it's sort of how this game has played out so far. But things can happen quickly. This is modern cricket, and it's always exciting in the CSA Division 2 one-day competition that these players are capable of some amazing things. So, quick 50 by Richards here could change the momentum entirely, and they could be looking at a 250 plus. But at the moment it looks like the Rhinos are fully in control and working towards a sub 250 total, which I don't think is going to be enough on this wicket. I don't think that anything below 250 is going to be enough. Parker into another great piece of fielding off his own bowling, and the big man scurries through for a welcome single. That's a very good piece of fielding off his own bowling.
I thought that was up in the air for some time. Was that in the drop cage?
You are being very critical.
Back in the day, you know what I'm talking about.
I think Ali, yes, definitely back in the day when, I won't mention any names, but the coaches would have been very disappointed with that fielding, in fact. Nice length there, and Heerden gets on the front foot and pats it back straight to Mpaka to end the 25th over. 102 for 4 after 26 overs. Van Heerden on 25, Richards on 4 here at the reserve in the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition.
Once again, a big credit to the Rhinos because they've been working in pairs. For every time they make a bowling change, and those that are coming in, they take the responsibility and they do exactly what is needed from them, and which keeps the pressure going from for the Badgers. So we haven't seen much from them in terms of building partnerships, because as a batting team, all you need is a partnership. It's one solid partnership that will be able to put pressure, but they haven't been able to do that, and which is the problem now. So once they can be able to master that art and be able to have that one partnership, solid one, perhaps 50 runs or 40 runs odd, we could be talking a different story.
So something we touched on earlier is that every time they got momentum, it was broken by the Rhinos, and that was the importance of continued pressure. So I think I'd be very frustrated as a Badgers player at this stage. Broken shot into Richards, slightly shorter, punched away backward a square for boundary. Very comfortable there, nice tall batsman, easy to get on top of those. So broken shot, I think missing his length slightly there. I can definitely say it's not going to get easier out here as the day progresses. It's going to get a lot hotter. And it's very different to the Oudtshoorn heat. 50 degrees here versus 50 degrees there is a different ball game. As a solid front foot shot by Richards, punches it to Twala, extra cover, and no one run.
And this heat is really going to play quite a role in the pitch as well. I see it seems to be getting flatter and flatter. The shorter the ball is, it's not coming up as much as it was. Shot through extra cover just for the single. I think the pitch is getting flatter and flatter. Not necessarily lower, but it's not coming up as it was.
It's almost as if it becomes tamer.
Yes. Yeah.
Bit of improvisation there by Van Heerden on the previous ball, just slapping it towards mid-wicket for the one. It brings Richards onto strike. Brinshaw, slightly shorter ball, punched away straight to short cover.
And that one got up a bit.
I think he put a bit of effort into that one. Brinshaw definitely not hitting the deck as hard as the previous seam bowlers, but he's definitely doing his job. I mean, they've just got to keep the pressure on here. 6 runs off the over so far. Brokenshaw into Richards. Slower ball, no ball. And, did he slip, or was that intentional? As the breeze picks up here at the reserve, and a welcome breeze, and it's a free hit for the Badgers. This will give us an opportunity to see what Richards is capable of, and when there's pressure is removed. Brokenshaw into Richards, free hit, short 6, over long on, down the bank towards the golf club. A good hit, a bit of freebie, not a good end to the over by Brokenshaw. It's always nice to get those free hits, and it's fun to have them introduced into the game, because it can give the batting side a chance to maybe rope some momentum back, and you can capitalize on that by a couple of singles and maybe another boundary in this over, and it puts them on a slightly better footing. 115 for 4 after 27. Van Heerden on 26. Richards moved to 15. Mapaka bowling at Van Heerden. Who's on 26 after 45 deliveries. Worked away towards mid-wicket for 1. That brings Richard back onto strike. Parker to Richards. Oh. Diving attempt in vain as it goes to deep long off for the single that brings Van Heerden back onto strike. As the lawnmower passes by again behind us there, Bongani.
Yeah.
Very similar shot to the previous over where Mpaka actually fielded it himself, but I think that one was hit slightly firmer as they get through to the one for a single down to a deep long on. For the Rhinos, and I'm sure they'll be happy with this. It's a good start by the Rhinos as we approach midway. It's in a lot of effort off his own bowling. It's always nice to see as they get through for 1, a comfortable single.
And you can almost see the intent in Richard's approach to the game. as the bowler releases, he's sort of in attack mode, and you can see that he's clearly here to take the game on, and he's trying to get as much of the strike as possible while rotating it. But when he's there, he seems to really want to get the game moving, which I think is what the Badgers innings needs right now. And they'll be hoping that he can without them losing a wicket, because that, as we've said, that's what keeps happening. They sort of need to have that momentum, maybe even if it's just a period of 5 to 8 overs of them sort of pushing the game onto the Rhinos.
And that brings Henriksen back into the strike, back into the attack, and he's bowling to Richards. It's going to be interesting to see this change in bowling. Henriksen into Richards as he punches it comfortably on the front foot, and well gathered and picked up, and they scurry through for one. Henriksen into Van Heerden. Oh, he's in trouble here if he hits the wickets, and he's missed it. Easy chance there, but I say easy, it's never easy. Especially when the batsman's standing halfway down the track. You almost think that you should run up to the wickets and tap them off with your hand, but it wouldn't have happened. You would have got back quite comfortably. But it just shows that he's looking at getting the runs. I've been a bit concerned about Van Heerden's running between the wickets. There have been a couple of opportunities where I would have thought it would have been his fault if Mulatani was run out there. He sort of got almost halfway and was turned back. Van Heerden in. Oh, and that's going to be straight to the fielder. There's the wicket. And there's that momentum lost again. That's exactly what you were talking about earlier, Bongani. They get into a good position, they start building a partnership, and then a wicket falls. And that's all I can do is take my hat off to the Rhinos, because they've stuck to their game plan. And Van Heerden will be very upset with himself there. He just threw his wicket away, and you can only say it's because of the pressure that's been building up on him. He's had to do something. So another wicket falls. 120 for 5 after 28. A very good start here by the Rhinos to this Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day comp. That brings an end to Van Heerden's innings, 28 or 49. I think he scratched around a very iffy innings. He'll be a bit disappointed with himself. He had to work.
If you look at the goal that it seems he was working towards, which was to bat through the innings, regardless of what was happening, I think he's going to really feel disheartened by it. But again, kudos to the Rhinos for sort of sticking to the game, taking the opportunities when they do come, because that's what they've done literally every time. And it's sort of taken the Badgers, put them in a position where they really feel like they're in a corner and have to push out.
That's it.
And they end up playing shots that are of desperation, if I can use that word. And then the fielders have just taken those catches quite comfortably. There's another very good catch. I mean, we saw one earlier on. So the fielding has all really backed up the bowling. A very brilliant bowling performance from the Rhinos so far.
You know, the nice thing is, as a captain, if you've made one of these changes and the bowler follows through with what you're asking, it's always nice to see. So I think that's why they would have brought Henriksen back to try and snatch a wicket, and he did that. So hats off to the Rhinos, and the tactics are paying dividends. Henriksen into the new batsman, fuller ball, no feet, punched back comfortably. That's Hansen in at the crease, coming in under a little bit of pressure here. Let's see if he can make it work. I must say, Richards looks very comfortable at the crease. He hasn't made any mistakes, and he looks quite solid and compact. We're going to see how Henriksen responds to that first ball. Deep backward square leg, so they might employ one of the short deliveries sooner rather than later, but another very full ball punched back to the bowler, no run. worried about a short ball here are the fielders. Maybe just letting him know that it might happen and that double bluff coming into play. Because he's having a look, the batsman.
He's looking around, he's seeing what's out there. And that's always going to play in his mind, isn't it? Calculating what's coming to him.
Very short ball. It's slightly too short. Hansen, not the tallest man in the world, and that's going maybe another player over his head, so a little bit too short. That's one for the over. So it was a failed attempt there by Henriksen, but the intention was there. I think he really wanted to hit the deck hard and put Hansen on the back foot. Henriksen into Hansen again. Very full and wide. Hansen committing to a position quite early on. If you had to look at where his feet were in the width of the ball, he wasn't going to get anywhere near that. Henriksen into Hansen. And punched back to backward point. And that brings an end to the over. You know, the way that sometimes you can look at it is when you bowl a wide, you get an extra ball at a batsman if he's not looking too comfortable, but you don't ever want to give you don't ever want to give runs away in the short format of the game.
Especially when the batsman is set, you know. You don't want to give a set batsman something to work with. But I think in this case it's really important that the badgers also look at capitalizing on what is there.
Parker into Richards, he slaps it away to deep extra cover.
I think Mapaka is settled into quite a comfortable setup with his field. He's bowled quite well, not too flat, and he's sort of bowled with quite a bit of variety, so that he keeps the batsman thinking, you know. And just based on where they're playing him a lot of the runs that they're getting off him, I think it's just the one that he really got put through the point region. That's an appeal, and the umpire's put his finger up for the LBW. Once again, I think as I was saying that Mapaka, based on where they're hitting him, Ali, it seems he's bowling quite straight, and the ball isn't turning too much, because a lot of what's going off the bat of Mapaka's bowling, I mean, is going straight towards mid on, all the way to long on, except for the one that he was put through point for 4. So I think he's really attacking that that off stump range. Hit or miss kind of situation.
It was a good response by Mapaka, because you know he had to change the line from where he was coming from. You could see that he was bowling outside off, and most of the runs came from that, you know, because they were able to open up. Now he changed his line of bowling, and here it is. The results are there. He got an MPW. He goes. Benjamin Hansen goes for naught. It's a duck for him, unlucky. And the new batter comes in, Liam Alder. So we just have to see what's going to happen next, because as we said, we've been struggling to build partnerships. We've been struggling to get the momentum going, and it has been good for the captain of the Rhinos. He's been doing a great job in terms of knowing who to bowl, when to bowl them. So it has worked in their favor. Under the extreme heat, things are working. I'm actually looking good for them. So it will be interesting to see how they're going to respond from this remaining overs. It's 29 overs gone, 123 for 6 that's the scoreboard for the Badgers. So it's not looking good. Richards on 19, He's looking to be a bit aggressive, but then will he be able to stand and face the pressure that is actually ongoing? That's a no ball from Mapaka and goes all the way for 4, and definitely is it gonna be a free hit? Not
Yes,
a free hit.
it is a no ball. It is a free hit.
It is a free hit.
Definitely a free hit.
Let's see what he's gonna do next. I would love to see how he's gonna respond to that, Mapaka, because that came loose for him, and you can see that he's actually disappointed from that no ball that he just got now. So yeah. Good bowling from Mapaka. They're only getting 1 run from it, and Alder is off the mark with 5 runs on his name, just after 2 balls, and he was able to get 3 runs from those 2 balls.
It's a very well played shot through the covers all the way through to long on for 4 by Richards. I think he's, as I've been saying all along, Ali, that he seems to be the man that's up for the game. His body language speaks that he wants to be here. He wants to take the game on. As cautious as he is, you get the sense that he really wants to do so much more. But he reads the situation of what's happening right now, but he wants to be there. He wants to be there and contribute, possibly looking at batting to the end. And I think if he's there at the end, a lot's going to go right for the Badgers.
Another one, he just couldn't get the gap there, and they're coming in for 2. That's a good running from the Badgers.
Very good running.
A bit slow there on the boundary. Just trying to check who that could be. It is Sonepol.
Yeah, the general feel amongst his fellow team members is that he could have stopped the second one. It is a rather hot day out there. I think the guys must just keep each other going and remind each other at this point. We're 30 overs in on a very hot day here in the Lowveld. It is 135 for 6.
He was a bit casual there on the field, and we've seen him doing a couple of those misfields. I'm just worried about maybe you just have to head up a bit, and focus. Drop catch.
Oh, that's a drop catch.
That's a drop catch, and that's not nice for any bowler. That was easy. That was a setter. I think it was misjudgment. Should have taken that one.
We've spoken very highly of the Rhinos fielding today, haven't we? That's the first time that they've sort of had a glitch in their fielding today. But it does happen. I think, as you said, head up and we'll start again. But the intention is now clear from the Badgers as to what they want to do.
Perhaps the heat is also coming into play now, because you spoke lengthily of Richards. He looks like one of the batsmen that wants to get things done. But my worry is that will he be able to keep on going the way he's actually going? Will he be able to maintain that pressure or the rate that he's going with? At the moment, what could perhaps maybe slow him down, it's the fall of wickets, because every now and then, whenever a batsman is trying to focus and put the pressure on, there it goes. Again, Sonepol being a bit casual there, not putting much effort, even though it was a bit far off from him. But as a fielder, you want to see your teammate putting it on, trying to get there, to get the wicket. So, and the fact that there was a drop catch, it's frustrating for the bowler. And that is John Hendrickson coming back on strike. A dot ball from Hendrickson.
Ali, I think when you look at, like I said, we are 30 overs into the innings now. It's in the beginning of the innings. It's quite comfortable. You've just started your fresh. It's very easy to keep each other going, And I think as a fielding team, this is when, on a hot day like this one, this is when the Rhinos really need to keep each other going, to make sure everything works well. Some confusion there. Seems they came back on time. As I was saying, Ali, that the bowling or the fielding team needs to really support each other, especially at this time. When you're fresh in the morning, at the beginning of an innings, it's easy to support and talk and really keep each other going. A drop catch like the one that just happened now could sort of change the mood, but it shouldn't. This is when they really need to keep each other going to the end of the innings, so that the bowlers are strong enough to keep going as well, especially in this heat.
Short ball wide. Some pace there.
Put his back into that for sure.
I think just to respond on to what you've just alluded right now, Bongani, the question will be, who gets to motivate the guys now? Because from my experience, normally when things are this hard, the wicket keeper should be the one that stands up and say, guys, let's focus, because he's able to see everyone, he's able to see all the loopholes and the things that are actually transpiring on the field. So at the moment, I haven't been hearing him much, saying a lot on the field, of which is a bit of a worry to me. Maybe it's something that they should look up to and try and fix it.
Yeah, it's always been a wicket keeper's role to sort of keep the soldiers going on the field. The wicket keeper is always seen as that, as you were saying, the angles that which you see the game from, behind the stumps, you see more than what other people are seeing. Not only from a cricketing point of view, but from a physical point of view. Are you there? Are you present? Are you sort of falling asleep on the field? So even from a coach's point of view, you always want your wicket keeper to be on the ball and such as well.
Another bowling change.
Mpumalanga is coming back. He's coming back on the other end. I think the intention is clear here from the Rhinos, Ali, that we're not going to let go. We're going to keep pressing, because these are the bowlers that have really done well in terms of pressing the game.
Yeah, it's not time to negotiate, it's time to be aggressive.
Yes, yeah. They're not going to let go of this game. It's a very clear statement.
Look at that. You can see now that the heat is actually playing a big role now in terms of, being stagnant and all that. Even the way they're running in, you can see that, they're taking the toll now.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Especially from the clothes that they're wearing, the color of the clothes, says it all. Yeah. Black in this heat.
Sure.
Definitely not working in your favor. Good one from.
I think this is the kind of cricket we're looking to see from the Badgers, with intent. You're not always going to get the boundary, but those singles, they add up. They are of value at the end of the game, and I think if the Badgers take those on, the boundaries will come.
We are seeing more of a psychological game now coming into effect, because the stronger minds will be actually the ones that be able to overcome the situation that they are facing at the moment. As things goes, at the moment it looks like the Badgers, they've come up with another strategy. The way they're thinking, the way they're doing things, it's different from what we have seen throughout the game. They are able to run in between the wickets. They are able to take those quick singers, and which is something that we haven't seen much. And look at it now. Richardson on 28, Alda on 9 already, and the score is ticking. 143 for 6 after 31 overs. I think that's a good response.
Yes, Ali, I think we are now looking at a game that's really being more competitive, isn't it?
Definitely. Good
It's
shot.
a very short ball by Maupa, and Alder giving it a good shot right through the point region. I think in his second spell, I know it's very early, it seems he's a bit more unsure of what his length should be. I think in his first spell, he had a game plan, get the batsman on the front foot. I think his map's not quite clear. I'm looking to see how he's going to respond now. Again, it comes back to who's talking to your bowler on the field, who's picking up on these. So I'm hoping that he or someone on the field is able to help him realize what can be done. Stick to your game plan. There's no need to sort of reinvent it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think also at the same time it depends on the kind of batsman that you are actually facing, because at the moment these guys are opening up, and now what is the wicketkeeper saying? Are we sticking to the same field placement? Are we sticking to the same line of bowling? What can we do differently? At the moment he doesn't want to change anything because it has been working, but looking at how it's a wide ball down the leg and it's a valuable run for the Badgers. So as I was saying, it's when now you have to do some critical thinking as a captain, that what do I do next? How can I change the way they're actually coming, or the way they're actually approaching the match from now on? So I don't know, Ryan said sometimes, picking up the offside field, it always comes back to you. It always,
Doesn't always work.
it doesn't always work. But from where I'm sitting and from where I've been watching the bowlers, these are type of bowlers that you can actually tell them that this is what I want, keep it outside off, I'm going to peg the outside field. Anything else down leg, it's your baby to nurse. And they will be able to deliver what you're actually asking them to do. And by doing that, you're putting more pressure onto the batting team, because runs will not be coming. They will have to force now to go over the fielders, and that's when you get wickets. And with this kind of pace that we are seeing here, it's easy to get wickets because, they are under pressure. Another drinks break. I can see the umpires going off the field, not really off the field, but taking drinks. 149 for 6, just after 32 overs, 18 overs to go. Richards on 28, Liam Alder on 14. So far, I think this is another partnership that might surprise us.
I think so. And again, Alder has come on board, Ali, to join Richards, who, as we've agreed, has spoken about, that he seems up for the game. He's ready to go. He's really up for the game, and I think that's a good thing for him to find an ally, if I can use those words, But just to get back to your, while they're having drinks, to get back to your conversation of the fielding and the field placement, I think it's good to have a variable plan, isn't it? So that the batting team sort of doesn't also get comfortable in that. But what we've witnessed up until now is the Rhinos being very comfortable, not being pushed up against. I think maybe with Richards and Alders taking the game for the Rhinos, we might have to see that happening. Whether it's a scenario of packing the offside or a scenario of using a more attacking field placing in its different variables, based on who's bowling and what the plan would be. I think this is when we're going to see what the captain, the captain's thought towards how they should take the game on.
Yeah, chances are we might see a different approach. It's drinks break, so they're having a chat, both teams. You can see how many people are actually surrounding the batsman, also with the coach also on the field. He's happy with what he's saying, definitely telling them that we've got nothing to lose now, boys, just go for it. We've already lost 6 wickets. I don't know, perhaps what would you say as a coach? Richardson, go for it. Alder, just take it easy. But at the moment, it looks like Alder wants to go.
Alder, I think, it looks like Richards is the man they're looking to bat through.
Okay.
I think he's set to bat through, because I think we when we spoke earlier on, we thought Van Heerden would be the one who takes it to the end. Certainly, Richards did change gears after Van Heerden left. I think Alders is the one who's going to take the game on and see where it takes him. But I think Richards' aim is to bat through. And I still think if he does, it's going to be exciting times at the end of this innings. But I think we're going to watch a different game now, based on where we are. We're sitting on 149 for 6 after 32. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where both teams are going to go now.
It is Hendrickson on the attack. Liam Alder, the one facing. I think the response we're gonna get it from the first ball after drinks. Okay. Let's get the scoreboard ticking. Let's get those singers running. And let's see, wait for the bad one and put it away. And I think that's their approach now. But they just want to get the scoreboard ticking all the time.
Yeah, that's 150 up. Teammates clapping on the side to acknowledge that. And if you think about it, Ali, the 50 was not clapped, the 100 wasn't clapped. I think the language is different, isn't it? I think they've had that conversation that they need to sort of take the game on. I think they must still stay compact while playing this aggressive game, not get too careless. I think that would have been said by a coach, of course, that even if we are going to go on the offensive, we must still play quite compact. Look at what's out there in terms of the field placing. The gaps are there. Exploit that and see what comes of it.
Yeah, because at one stage it didn't look like they were going to be able to reach 180, and suddenly things have changed, and that is why they are clapping now. And the coach walking onto the field, we haven't seen him doing that, and suddenly he's walking onto the field. It says a lot. You've brought our hopes back, and we are alive now. We can be able to put up a good score, 240, 250, and we are game on. Like I said, it's not going to be easy batting second. With the pitch, the way it looks, it's going to keep low, which is something that makes it difficult for any batsman. Short one.
It's well controlled. It's well controlled by Alder. It's also beautiful to see a batsman having time to get onto the back foot and play the back foot shot with so much control, without trying to force it.
He waited for it very nicely there.
Yes. Those will be leg buys. I don't know what you think of this, Ali. Is it not time based on we live in the low veld? We know how hot it is at 11:56 on a day like this. Is it not maybe where we start looking at, from a leadership point of view, do we not start looking at bowlers in shorter spells, so that they're really giving it their all, but in that little 1, maybe 2 over spells, instead of giving them 3 or more, because it does get quite uncomfortable.
I think, just to answer to that, you can see by the way Hendrickson has been bowling, the first 3 balls have been going down leg, and that tells you, the heat is already taking its toll. He's losing his focus, he's losing his line and length, and it is about time that you bring someone like that. Do they have someone like that? Yes, Mapaka, I thought it was someone that's going to be utilizing just to push through the overs, but looking at how Richards and Alder were coming through, perhaps maybe the captain decided no, it will be easy for these guys to attack us. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how they actually respond to this one.
Maupa is bowling to Alder.
It's a dot ball.
Interesting to see that in this innings alone we've had 120 dot balls.
Exactly what we spoke about earlier on, that we've been having the upper hand from the word go. That's what want to see. Getting the balls coming back, creating the pressure back on. As soon as you do that, that's when you get the batsman to be loose and play, shots, unnecessary shots, and a wicket comes in.
Yeah. Again, Melpa to Elder. The umpires called that a wide. So if we look at Hendrickson's first spell and Maupa's second spell, and the second spells are a lot looser. Hence, I really feel we need maybe look at shorter spells. He's tried to put that ball over mid-wicket, and I think it came off the upper half of the bat. Fortunate not to be taken by mid-wicket there.
He didn't even try to go for it.
Cook would have been surprised to see that there, isn't it?
Again, Maupa using his height, to hit the pitch hard, and it's working in his favour. That's good bowling from him. I like the way he's mixing up the balls, slower ball, short one, fuller one. It's not easy. You keep on thinking, it gets the batsman to think all the time. What is coming next? What is he going to do? Through the gap.
It's a beautiful shot through the covers. That was by Richards.
That was a beautiful cover drive, I must say.
So that was Temba Maupa's fifth ball of the over. We've got one more in the over. And again, rather loose. I'm really hoping that the changes can come in between now and the end of the innings, just to also sort of take the batsmen off their rhythm. If the bowling changes are coming quite fast, not settling and sort of putting a snipe on the bowler and getting too comfortable in them.
Yeah, he's been so comfortable, Richards.
Ali, that was close, eh?
And looking at how things are, he's the highest scorer at the moment. 33 rounds of 32 balls. So he's been smashing it. Whereas the other guys have been striking. Kyle Joshua went out for 29 of 42. Terry Branch went out for 22 of 33. And then you look at the captain, Van Erden went out for 28 of 50 balls. So it looks much easier for Richards, 33 of 32. Liam Alder is on 17 of 13. So they've really changed the game. And from the first spells that we've seen from the Rhinos bowlers, there were no wides. But after these guys came in, then we saw 6 wides coming into play. So it tells you that they are actually in control. They are actually doing the talking now. It's no longer the Rhinos doing the talking, but it is the Badgers now responding better.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree with you. The Badgers would have wanted a better situation right now, but I'm sure they're quite comfortable, quite happy with the change in the momentum as well. That ball's gone straight up, mid-wicket is under it and taking claim, and a good catch at mid-wicket there. And that was a bowling change, so that is Duke's first ball of his second spell, taken at mid-wicket.
We're trying to see who took that one, who took the catch.
Yes.
We are unable to see the number there to be able to determine. That was a beautiful catch. That well calculated. You can see that it looks so easy because they've been practicing those ones a lot. He waited for it nicely. Exactly what we spoke about. As soon as there's momentum. As soon as they're building on something, boom, a partnership is broken. Luckily for this one, I think they went about 40 runs, which is better than what we've seen previously. So again, Richards will be under pressure now. Exactly what I spoke about. Who was permitted to go for it? Was it Richard or Alder? But as it looked, both of them were going for it. No one was actually told to remain calm, let Richards go for it, and
or the other way around.
or the other way around. So that's the difference, because we haven't seen that game plan that we're actually anticipating from the two batters. It is Zach Mamberg that comes onto the field as a new batter, wearing jersey number 8, and Jukes is on strike. Let's see if he can get another wicket here. Shorter one. Shorter one. Exactly saying I'm in charge here. It's not gonna happen your way. I know you've been told it's easy. It's not easy in here.
No, that's a statement right there, you know. But just going back to this partnership, you know, it's a 39-run partnership that's just been broken. So I think, as much as well played. As much as Aldo should have been or would have wanted to stay in this partnership, but I think they did put some momentum going forward. With 39 in under such circumstances isn't as bad as it might sound, you know. It just means everybody now also needs to take ownership of the situation. Duke seems to be up for it as well in this spell. He looks fresh, eh?
You can see that he's responding as a senior player. He's saying, okay, things are not going our way, but I'm going to take the responsibility. I'm going to respond to the call, you know, because I know the coach is worried, I know the captain is worried, so I'll take the responsibility and lead the way. And he's done exactly that, and he's been doing well. He's been doing extremely well. I just want to check his spell here, quickly. Slower ball. Karajix has already bowled 5 overs, 20 runs and 1 wicket. Probably doesn't change now, it will be updated soon. So you got 2 wickets now after 6 overs, after this spell. So I think there's a lot that we can still get from him. There's a big opportunity that we might get roughly 2 more wickets to make it 4. So yeah. Another easy run. Almost. That was close.
Very close.
Good spell by Garrett Jukes. 6 overs, 22 runs, 2 wickets, and 26 dots.
Sure.
That's extremely good.
Very good.
With an economy of 3.7 per over. He's doing well. Another bowler that I would love to see coming back on strike, it's Herman Roos. 6 overs, 15 runs, and 27 dots, with an economy of 2.5 and over. So that's extremely good as well. New bowler. That looks like Sonapol. It is Sonapol. You could see by the body language that I'm here, guys. I want to bowl. Since I'm not bowling, I'm going to show you. He has been too casual on a couple of occasions there. I realized that no, you're probably sending a message that I'm here, guys. I've been warming up all the time, and he haven't given me the opportunity, you know, to take my role as a bowler. It happens. Yeah. It happens to everyone. Yeah. You know, it used to happen to me with me as well.
Wanting to be on board.
Yeah, you're like checking the overs. You're like, yes, when am I coming back on board? Yeah. It's a good first ball.
It's very well played. Very well played down to long off. Yes.
165 for 7 after 35 overs. It is exactly 8 minutes past 12 down here in the low field. It doesn't look like the weather is going to change much though, even though it's slightly, you can see some slight clouds on it. I'm not sure if later on we might see some rain coming through or a storm coming through, but according to the predictions, there was nothing like that.
I have checked just now as well. As far as the weather is concerned, we've got lots of heat but no rain.
Unlucky.
Shot. Right, there's a very sharp, short ball, and has been dispatched through mid wicket for 4. I don't think Swanepoel will want to be putting the ball there for the batsman at this point, because the intention is quite clear with from the Badgers in terms of taking the ball. So the easier that they're going to make it, the better for them. I think that's a good comeback from Swanepoel. It's interesting to see the field placings with regards to the Rhinos. It's been quite consistent right through the innings, with the gaps being quite available for the singles. So it's quite it's quite good to see that the fielding team is able to play for so long and have the fielding positions and have the gaps, but from a batting point of view, I think it's been quite difficult for them to pierce those gaps. Hence, those wickets have just gone down quite regularly. From a bowling point of view, it's very good. I think from a batting point of view, it would be a concern in seeing that you are not actually getting a bowling team to change tactics because you're not taking the game to the bowling team. So I think that's something that the Badgers will have to have a chat about after the game, in terms of not going through a whole innings without pushing against. But again, every time that they have pushed again, they've lost wickets. So it has been difficult, and again, well done to the Rhinos with that. But it's a game plan they'll have to work on, to be able to bat 50 overs and bat through the challenges with different game plans, with the different types of partnerships. You mentioned the word partnerships earlier on. With partnerships, so much more is going to go better.
I think credit will also go to the Rhinos, because at one point they were under pressure, with Richards and Alder looking solid, but their response was good also. So that tells you that it gives them an edge and an advantage that they are able to come out of a situation wherever they find themselves under pressure, and which is a good thing from any team, if ever you want to win any games. It's a good shot towards square leg. Only for 1. It is 169 for 7 after 36 overs, 14 overs to go. Richards is on 35 and Marlborough is on 5, with Jukes on strike. From what I've been anticipating all along, I thought maybe they will be able to get at least 180 from where they were coming from. But as it looks, they might be able to get 220, 240 if they don't lose any other wickets. You can see that also Richards, he has slowed down because he realizes the pressure, that there's no other reliable batsman that is left out there. If I can make any mistake, then we will lose the wickets. And also it's an opportunity for him to get a 50 here. So it's also between him and what he's actually trying to achieve also for the team, So
Yeah,
I don't
because
want to say that, but the element of being selfish also comes into play because it's an opportunity for me to get a 50.
yeah, I want my 50 as well, you know. But I think with it's 7 wickets down. He has to sort of make the play. He's the set batsman at this point. Well played through point. Deep cover is able to get there on time to save the second run.
He's been very, very careful. You can see that there was a chance to run 2 runs there, to get at least 2 runs, but then he said no, he doesn't want to take any chances. You know, he's been very, very much tactical when it comes to that. You know. He's trying to be more protective.
Yeah. It's played through mid wicket. Mid-on is able to cut off the second one, and here's something that looks good for the Rhinos as well. They're still involved, you know, coming around and supporting each other. When that ball went through point, I was just making the point of saying to the game itself, Ali, that there are times where decisions have to be made where, unfortunately for Richards, he's going to have to make the decision, or the team will have to make a decision where you're now throwing caution to the wind, as they say, because he has to bat 3 but wickets are down. But they're going to have to get runs sooner rather than later as well. You know, so a decision will have to be made. I think we will see what the decision is when that time comes, because he is going to sort of force matters, if I can put it that way.
It will also be interesting to see from the captain if he's going to allow Jukes to go through with his remaining 2 overs, because he's already bowled 8 overs, if I'm not mistaken. And will he save him for last? And that's a full toss, and it goes all the way for 4. The body language from Sonnypool, I don't know. I might be exaggerating from Aubrey Sonnypool, but he doesn't look eager, you know, the way he's been running onto the field, the way he's been bowling it. He's a good bowler. You can see that there's so much from him, but we haven't seen that, you know, that courage from him. He's not motivated. There's no confidence.
Here we go, Obas, come on!
Yeah, he seems to not have settled into a rhythm, unlike his other teammates. That is including Mapaka from a spinner's point of view, who sort of settled into a rhythm. You know, there are those days where the ball doesn't come out the hand as it normally does. Hey, it looks like Sonnypool might be going through such today.
It's so interesting to hear Herman Roos from the rope, you know, from the boundary, making some noise there, and also sending out a message that I'm still here.
Yeah, it's you bowlers, isn't it? It's you bowlers. We know you guys. We know you guys.
It's always the case. You want to make sure that the captain realizes I'm still here, I'm still on the field, and I've done well.
I've got 4 more overs to bowl.
Down leg. It's a wide ball.
Come on.
Let's see how Sonnypool's response will be to that. Much better.
That's a good way to finish the over, you know. Richards on 42. Getting closer to the to the well-deserved mark there. It's 180 for 7 after 38 overs. I'm back on 8. New bowler. Is it the same guy? Jukes.
Yeah, Jukes is going to come in. He's going to carry on. This will be his 8th over.
Oh.
Good start to the hour. Going back to that decision-making process, in terms of every team will have the person who makes the call. Is it the batsman that's going to say, "Listen, guys, I think it's time for me to," or is it someone on the sideline who makes that call? Very well played to mid off.
I think in most cases, I think from the experience of back in the days when we were still playing, as much as the captain is there to make all the calls and all that, but the coach outside is able to see and able to determine what needs to be done next. In most cases, you see the 12 men running onto the field whenever it's an over to relay the message, to say this is what needs to be done now. So, but at the moment, it looks like the captain is doing a great job, because we haven't seen that happening. And as things are looking at the moment, the Rhinos are on a cruising mode. I just love the fact that Jukes is so nice and calm. He doesn't talk much, he does the talking with the ball. And we haven't seen so many fast bowlers doing that, but it is working for him.
It's another dot. Yeah, I think those decision-making processes are very important in a team situation, not only for timing purposes, but also for the correctness of the decision, and it's also important that the people who make decisions are known. Has been played to fine leg, is coming around to pick it up. They were thinking of a second run there, Ali.
I'm starting to come in there. I'm starting to sense that we might see also Mamberg opening up a bit. It looks like one of the guys that can be able to hit the ball far.
Yeah.
And you can see he's got big arms. He's one of those guys that will take you by surprise if you're not actually expecting it. So it will be interesting to see how he finishes the game.
That's good fielding in the covers.
Taking one for the team.
Definitely. There was definitely going to the boundary there. Hey?
Exactly what we spoke about. Mapaka comes back on the attack. Perhaps the captain was able to read the language also. Because from what we saw from Sonepon, it wasn't really convincing.
Yeah, the ball just rhythm. The ball wasn't coming out the hand quite comfortably. But on the other hand, Mapaka really did settle into a comfortable rhythm, coming through the crease quite comfortably. So that was good to see. Let's see if he can carry on. This is his second spell. See if he can back it up. 7 down. He can contribute to the end of this innings as well, if that allows. Not such a bad ball to start off with, but I think very, very well maneuvered and very well run. Which is, I think there's a lot of second runs that have not been taken today. I think that they would have contributed to the scoreboard being a bit forward than where it is now. We're sitting on 184 in the 40th over. I think we might have been sitting in 200 by now, if those second runs were taken earlier on.
That's a good one from Mapaka. We spoke about it earlier on, that every time he bowls too much outside off, that's why they are able to get those few runs from it, just like the previous ball. But as soon as it goes a bit straighter, that's why it becomes more dangerous. Again, another dot ball, because they are unable to get underneath it and be able to play the comfortable shots that they want to play. So if he keeps it like that, I think there's a big room that we might see a wicket coming through now.
Yeah, I think he's both very tight on that off stump length, so that guys can't really free their arms to play. Where we have seen it's been short, very few has come on the leg side for him. I know where we're sitting now doesn't quite, but it looked as though he had to step across to play to the leg side, which sort of proves or supports what we are saying in terms of the line that he's bowling.
You can see that Namberg is ready there for that big shot. It's just not coming to. Oh, it was Richards on strike. So he's just trying to be careful. Also, he's on 43, so he's only short of 7 runs before he can reach that mark of 50. A half century for him, and that will be a great milestone for him because actually he changed the game.
In the context of the game, definitely.
Changed it completely.
I think there was a decent over from Mapaka. Good comeback for his second spell. Let's see what's happening on the other end. Dukes is carrying on.
Good captaincy. So Jakes is just gonna finish off his overs to try and get 1 or 2 wickets in between.
Yeah, this is his 9th over. This is Duke's 9th over. He's put his back into that one, but the umpires have called that one as the one for the over, and also called the wide for. Cotton ball, well taken by Dukes. And I think, Ali, that shot that he just played now comes from the preparation for a shorter ball, because he sort of played it in the middle of no man's land. Well, it wasn't a front foot, it wasn't a back foot shot. So well done to Dukes, as you called it, Ali, that he's back and should be able to take wickets. And that's what you want from your strike bowler, isn't it?
Exactly what we anticipated, and it's working. Another good captaincy from the captain, the Rhinos captain, because every decision that he has taken, it has been critical and it has worked in his favor. Bringing on Mapaka, it brought back a bit of pressure from the way they've been attacking. Removing Sonepul from the attack, and also. When you build the pressure or you bring it on, it adds value to Dukes to be able to attack and get the wicket, and that's exactly what we've just got right now.
Yeah. Right, so Momberg out for 11 of 24. Coming in now is Cele. Cele is coming in to face. Also good to note that this previous partnership between Richards and Momberg was a 24-run partnership. So again, we've seen how the intention has been there to build on the innings. But unfortunately, the Badgers have lost another wicket while trying to step that up. Ele is facing Dukes. Dukes is bowled 2 in his 9th over. 8 wickets down, 186. This is the 41st over. forward defensive shot, but off the inside edge safely to backward square, and they've ran 2 runs, and Pele is off the mark immediately.
Good running from Tele there. You can see the confidence behind that. Also, he's not afraid to go back and say, I'm ready, to take the assignment, and I'm ready to take the responsibility to prove myself that I can be able to do it. And also it becomes so critical for Richard. He's on 43. You're already 8 wickets down. Oh, yeah. That's a good one there from Jukes, eh?
Yeah. No, that really got up off the back of a length. I don't think that's the kind of bounce that Pele was expecting from that length. Good thing he dropped his hands. I think that was well played as well from a batsman's point of view, because it's so easy to just follow the ball with your hands and you can glove it off. Or, so well bowled, well batted as well.
As I was saying, another dot ball from Jukes. It becomes more tricky now for Richards, because the way he's overthinking now, will I be able to get my 50? It's only 8 wickets down. Will Pele be able to hold on to the pressure? Because once Pele, he's taken out, he's removed, then I'm under pressure.
Yeah.
I might not be able to get what I'm looking for. And this is when now, as a batsman that is on form, you don't want to see those twos coming in, because you want to be on strike. Eh?
Oh, that's a bit sloppy there. I don't think the captain or the team are going to respond to that quite comfortably.
Yes, Sir Cook. I don't know what he was thinking there. It was unnecessary.
Yeah. You always see the teapot bodies after such, and people throwing hands up. But sometimes I feel the sees it differently, isn't it? You have to appreciate that.
Richards again not on strike.
Yeah, he must be frustrated. Really looking to get to that 50, hoping he'll get the opportunity. And the Rhinos will be well aware of that, and they will not cater to his needs. They will definitely not help him get there comfortably at all.
I'm sure he's like, please hold on. And Mapaka at the same time is like, this is my man. I want to make sure.
This,
What ball well played.
You see, the Rhinos, to show that they are very aware of what his mindset could be, are spreading the field for him. So what we have now on the boundary riders are where are they? We've got a deep cover. And that's a wide ball there by Mapaka. Our boundary riders are cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, as well as backward square. So they're covered on the boundary for those big shots for Richards.
Not willing to take a chance there.
And unfortunately for Richards, that's a leg by. So he's still on 43. Taylor has put that ball through extra cover with some serious intent. Very well played.
Once again outside off, and it was easy for him to actually free his hands and get it going. Like I said, you gotta look at your field placement. You gotta see what the captain is trying to do, and you can't be bowling there. So there was a wrong line for him, and he knows it.
fielding at Finding.
That's an effort you want to see. It's 198 for 8. That's a good comeback from the Badgers. Very good opportunity for them to reach that 220 target. It will all depend on if Jukes will be able to take that wicket now. Because I'm telling you, if he can be able to take a wicket now, it's all over. It's all over. That's his last over. He's going for the kill.
Yeah, he's going to want to take both wickets. Strike bowlers tend to want to do that, isn't it?
Yep. It's happy moments for us.
Going on the hunt. Good fielding of his own bowling.
I just love his response. He doesn't talk much. He doesn't care what you do with him. The way he's going to respond by taking you out or bowling you out. And that is so interesting to see, you know.
Now there's some relief for Richards. Taking him 4 runs closer to his 50.
3 runs short now. It's 200 up for the Badgers. 202 for 8 after 42 overs. Taylor on 9, Richards on 47. It's happening.
It will be interesting what his comeback ball is, knowing the situation.
Trying to set him up there. And a good response from Richards. He's on 48 now. Short of 2 for his half century. 203 for 8 after 42 overs. Taylor on strike. Jukes on the money. Slower ball and no run. Well played by Taylor. I'm looking at how Taylor is actually responding and is actually able to play some of these amazing shots. Perhaps he's one of those players that the coach maybe still not sure where to place him, because looking at the way he's so comfortable, you know, the way he's actually able to play those defense shots and cover drives, it's amazing. I don't know if he's a bowler. Yeah, he's a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, there are various reasons. It could be the team set up for today. It could be his role for today. It could be today's role is to really see him bowl through his 10. But yeah, the fuller ball is not uncomfortable on at all. He's quite confident to get on the front foot and play. We've seen a couple of those shots. Again, he doesn't seem to hold back. So I think the bowling all-rounder tag does suit him. Does suit him. And those are conversations that sometimes you wish you could have with the coach. What are you thinking of this player? You know, if you could hear what the coach is thinking, not only today but in terms of maybe the season. What are they looking at for an individual player? But he really doesn't look lost with a bat in his hand for a number 10.
You know, I'd love to have a chat with the coach and try and find out some of his thoughts, you know, some of his action plan towards the season.
Yeah.
So it will be quite interesting to have a chat with him. Perhaps maybe we should try and get him just after this session.
Yes. Rolfs has back on. He's bowling to Richards on 48. Richards moves to 49. He's one away from his 50, and I think, Ali, in the context of the game, this is 100. If I can put it that way. In the context of this game, these 50 runs that Richards has well, we assume he's going to score the 1 run. The amount of runs he scored today, regardless, are equivalent to 100, because he's really stuck out there. He came in at a very sticky time, and he sort of ushered the Badgers to where they are now, with very good bowling, with a very good bowling attack. It's another single taken there by Taylor.
Yeah, you've got a point there. It's also amazing to see Rose coming back on the strike, onto the strike, because, like I said earlier on, you could hear him from the boundary, chirping and clapping, making it known that I'm here and I'm ready to take the responsibility given unto me. So let's see.
And that is Richards has taken just the 1, but that will be his 50. And I think his teammates, his coaching staff, the Badgers coaching staff will be very appreciative, Ali, of his effort.
Well deserved 50 there.
I think so. He's really knuckled down. And he's got it off 51 balls, eh? So he's really tried to, under the circumstances, really keep up with his own game.
Yeah, he did extremely well. It comes with 5 4s, 1 6, and the only 6 from this innings. It's a good spell for him.
Good fielding in the covers. And again, this is now the 44th over, am I correct, Ali? Yeah, 44th over, and the fielding team is still up for it, which is good to see.
Another promising partnership from Taylor and Richards. Oh.
Did that fall short there? There was a bat there, wasn't there?
It fell short.
Did it fall short, yeah. So there was a nick there off Taylor's bat.
Definitely a nick.
And fell short of the keeper and was unable to take the catch.
Good bowling by Rose.
So with Dukes having bowled his 10, there will be a bowling change on that end.
Hendrickson.
Sorry?
Hendrickson.
Hendrickson has bowled his 7, so he's bowled 7. 1 maiden for 28 runs with an economy of 4.0. So he's looking good. Let's see if he can close it up. I'm sure that's what the Rhinos will be looking from him. He is bowling to Richards, who's probably feeling a lot more relieved now after lifting his bat for his 50.
You can see the way he's looking at the field placements, Richards. He's like, okay, now it's time to go for it. 6 overs left. We've got nothing to lose. Exactly. It's a good shot. Over the covers and all the way for 4. Over mid-off. And this is a time now we might see a lot of those kind of shots coming through from Richards. He's got his eye in, he's got his 50. And now he's ready to go for it. It's a nick, it's a catch. He goes. There we go, a good response from John Hendrickson. After that fall, second ball, they get a nick. And Richards is gone. A job well done from Richards. 210 for 9 after 44 overs. And what is interesting is that they knew that he's gonna try and go for it. So they actually set him up, with the line of bowling, the length that they've been bowling. It was a setup for him. That go for it. We are ready. Take it or leave it.
And I don't think he had much of a choice because he's got it there now. He's got his 50.
Yeah, go big or go home.
The time is really not on their side. But I think he will get big high fives in the change room.
But in most cases, it depends on the coaches that you have. But in most cases, some coaches might not be happy. Just after getting your 50, now you lose your wicket. We were actually anticipating that you were going to kill the game off for us, because there's so much overs remaining. 6 overs. Take your time. Just get 1/4 per over. Wait for the bad balls and take it away. So for him, he wanted to go for everything. So which is something that most coaches might not be happy regarding that. It is Majaza coming in. Majaza coming on strike. Sin to Majiza. It's actually Sin to Majiza. Yeah, Sin to Majiza. Not much to be expected from him. He's a bowler. But you might be surprised. Things have changed these days.
Bowlers can do things, eh?
Yeah. He's off the mark.
Well, he's off the mark with an edge to third man. Kele will have to see what he can do with what's left now. Again, as we've seen, I think we've seen he's not shying off the game, is he? He's quite comfortable to take it on.
It will be interesting to see also his mindset, how he's going to respond to this one, because like I said, we've got 6 overs to go. It is up to him to wait for the bad ones or to try and attack everything that comes his way. That's a good shot for one. He's timing it nicely though. And again, most coaches will not be happy with that one. Rather not take the singing. Rather stay there and wait for the bad one.
Protect the number 11.
Protect the number 11. Yeah. So at the moment, yeah.
And the players have a lot of faith in each other, eh?
Yeah, definitely, because at this level you actually anticipate that you've played a lot of cricket, you've been in this level for some time. I just want to check how many games Majiza played, but they actually expect you to be able to go through, to be able to face the pressure, to be able to pull through the pressure. So hence you can see that he's able to say, yep, let's take the one, and you go on strike, because perhaps they've seen him batting before and they know he can be able to defend and he can be able to stay there up until such time. It's 212 for 9 after 45 overs with 9 wickets down. It is exactly 12:47 down here in Mpumalanga at the Lowfield. And of course, this is the match between the Rhinos and the Badgers, of which the Badgers won the toss and elected to bat first. Of which at some point we thought it was a bad decision from them. But things slightly changed, because 220, you might be surprised with the attack that they have, they might be able to defend it. That's a good shot from Tele for 1 also. But there was an opportunity for 2 there.
The intensity. I think, also kudos to, when the team has won a toss and then they decide to bat and not score freely. Well, regardless of whether they might have got it right or wrong, but I think kudos must go to the bowling team that sort of takes the bull by the horns and sticks to their guns, which is really what we've seen here.
That was a quick one. You can see these guys, they enjoy playing together there. It's amazing to see that.
Keeping within the spirit of the game. I see Pele is looking quite a bit on his on the leg side here. There's quite a lot of singles that I'm sure he's going to be taking on.
Yep.
That's very well bowled by Rolfs, and that's the end of the innings.
That went through. Between the pads and the bats there.
Yeah.
Didn't see that one coming.
Wow. So that is 214 all out. That is after we were in the 46th over.
Which means the Rhinos, they need 215 and 50 overs to win this game.
Yeah.
Which should be doable.
It should be, but we know the game of cricket, isn't it?
It can be crazy.
It's a beautiful game we love.
We've seen teams being bowled out for 16 all out.
So let's see how the second innings will go, but I'm sure the as you can see, the Rhinos are all high fives and hugs. I think the effort is appreciated all round. This is definitely not a pass score. They would have taken this if you told them in the morning that they'll be chasing 215. So I think they're very happy with their effort as well.
There you have it. Thank you so much for joining us for now. It is 214 for 10 after 45 overs. The Rhinos will need 215 after 50 or in 50 overs to be able to win this one. For us now, it is time for break, and we'll join you. We'll come back soon. Hopefully you'll join us and enjoy the commentary from Daniel the Lowfield. It is from me, Ali, and Bongani Mafunda. Signing off for now.
See you later. Right, we're back on the field here at White River with the Rhinos having to chase 215 or 15 overs after bowling the Badgers out for 214 in 45. It was a tough morning for the Badgers in terms of scoring runs off the table. It wasn't quite as fluent a game as they would have liked, but let's see how the Rhinos are going to go about it. The pitch has been quite true, hasn't been for a new table. I think it's quite for a new pitch. It's been quite a truthful pitch to play on. 215 is quite a reasonable total, but can also be tricky. So it will be interesting to see how the Rhinos are going to take it on. First ball being bowled.
Yeah, we are back, coming to you live all the way from White River Country Estate, down in the Lowfield. It is the Rhinos coming against the Badgers, as Bongani has already alluded. First ball was a wide ball. Second ball, a dot ball. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. We've got Zakir Katrada on strike with Musa Twala. Is that Musa Twala? Is it there?
Yes, it is Musa Twala on the non-striker's end.
We'll love to see what this pair can be able to deliver
Yes.
in these circumstances. We saw during the Badgers batting session, they struggled in terms of building partnerships and so forth. So we want to see if the Rhinos will be able to do something different. So far it looks good for them because they haven't been bowling too many wides, and so far with this one, first over already 2 wides on the scorecards, and the total is 2.
Yeah, I think, when defending such a total, it's natural to come up with a bit of, maybe, I don't want to use a negative term, but maybe a bit of tension. And also maybe when I'm looking at Nomberg, really trying to push the ball through pace-wise. Maybe the instruction is we go hard up front and see what comes off in terms of, can we strike early? Kathrada frees his arms and hits the ball over point for boundary. New ball, intensity, intention is going to be very important, isn't it, Ali?
The response is very clear.
Yes.
We're here for the money. We're not here to play games, we're here for the money. That was the response from Katrada.
Yeah, if that doesn't scream intention, then I don't know, hey?
Very well played. Nice and easy there for Katrada, well balanced. Waiting for the bad one to take it away. So far so good. Good over for the Rhinos.
No, definitely. A couple of extras there that came in there, plus the boundary. So I think it's a good start to the innings. That's one bounce, and the third man was unable to come in and take the catch. He seemed to be caught up in 2 minds there, Ali. Whether to come in, save the 4, or take the catch.
I don't think he was expecting it. I don't think he was expecting it. He was still stretching up. He wasn't ready for it, and he only saw it late. Yes, you might blame him, but at the end of the day, he was able to say, no, let me rather save the 4.
So here's something interesting, since we're starting a second innings. So in the last 3 matches, Badgers have won 2, Rhinos have won 1. That's a beautiful shot pass point by Tyler.
Slightly up in the air. Anything could have happened there. As much as they're coming hard, but there's a slight opportunity for him to strike, to get a wicket early. So they just have to slow down a bit. They've already got like 4-2 boundaries already. They are on 11, so they just have to slow it down to say, okay, we've achieved the first thing that we wanted to achieve. So let's just take it nice and easy.
I think it's great. And what I was saying is that in the last 3 matches, between the Badgers and the Rhinos, the Badgers have won 2, the Rhinos have won 1. But what is really interesting is that all 3 games were won by chasing teams. So I think that sort of augurs well for the Rhinos at this point, isn't it? from a history point of view.
And history does repeat itself.
It does, yeah.
It will be interesting to see how it's going to end up. But as I've already mentioned, that all the teams that have been chasing were able to win the games. And as we speak right now, the Rhinos have got the upper hand in a very good position to win this one, unless something else happens along the way. Another white ball. Going all the way for 4. Good strike by Katrada, just waiting for it nicely there. Going down. It is Banelekela on the strike. It is Banelekela on the attack. I think he hasn't been able to get his rhythm going. You can see he's struggling a bit from that end. Perhaps maybe we'll see within the next 4 balls how he's going to be able to respond to that. But for the past 2 balls that he has bowled, they've all gone down leg, so which means there's a bit of a struggle there from his first 2 balls.
Yeah, I think he's just started off a bit too straight. What is the old teaching that we teach in primary and high school? With a new ball, we stick to top of off, and then work it from there, isn't it? That didn't get up too much, eh?
I'm not sure if his bowling instincts, but it looks like one of those bowlers that can be extremely dangerous.
Yeah. All feel good. Well, here's some history and stats as well. So we spoke about the 3 games, right? And the chasing team wins every time. So we are now looking at a game where the Rhinos are chasing 2-1-5. The highest score out of the last 3 games is 261, and then 215 now, then 213, the lowest being 143. So in the last 4 opening innings, including today's, the highest is 261, which means between these two teams, it's never really a big scoring game, whether it's based on White River conditions or Oatsworn conditions, or is it just the team dynamics. So it looks well poised for the Rhinos to sort of take it home. It's going to need a level of patience and articulation to it in terms of chasing the score.
As I said earlier on, that they're in a very good position to be able to take this one home. But what will be important for them, for the Rhinos to do, is to be able to switch on and switch off. At the moment, they are just switched on, and that is actually extremely dangerous. You know, you don't want to go all out, you know, to be switched on in that way. So they should be able to wait for the bad ball. They should be able to calculate and say, okay, we've already achieved 16 runs within the 2 overs. Let us try and slow down and get to learn more on what the bowlers are capable of. But why not? If you're feeling it, you do get those batsmen that they want to go from.
That's great field in my mind, but on that boundary here, that square leg. Yeah, once again, it's a time factor. You've got time, but then time can also sort of complicate the situation. You know what I mean? I've seen cricket matches where the chasing side had the time, but then they backed themselves into a hole, and then all of a sudden your run rate has gone so high. When you were chasing a run rate at the beginning of your innings of 4 or 4 point whatever it might be, now you're sitting on 8 all of a sudden, something you weren't anticipating, you know.
I think what would be important is for the runners to try and build partnerships. You know, partnerships, they do create a bit of pressure for the opponent, and partnerships, they do create a room for you guys to be able to set up a proper target, and they release a lot of stress and pressure from those that are still coming into bat. So for Katrada and Twala, so far they're doing well. What they need to do is to graft and hold on to the partnership that they have. If they can have the first solid 50 rounds partnership or 40 rounds partnership, that's a good start for the Pumas. I mean, for the Rhinos. That's when you know I come a long way.
Yeah, this is when it's a beautiful point. I think what we're referring to here is having to captain. I know that I didn't get the chance to, but having to captain a person like Ryan Tate coming in up front, telling him to slow down, and he feels like he can actually take the game to the opposition. So we're just talking about the idea of simplifying a run chase. But yeah, what do you think?
It always makes it easier when someone's attacking up front. You've got to try and take it to the side. But it looks like there's a nice. It's always nice to watch Zach when he gets going. There's a couple of very confident shots. He's looking comfortable. .21 for 2. 21 after 2. Sorry, not 21 for 2. 21 after 2 overs. The Rhinos will be happy with this start. Fuller ball, very well driven. That's a great shot. No, not even making an effort to run. That's a fantastic shot through the covers there by Kadrada. Sweetly timed. That's going to just put these the fielding side on the back foot at the moment. It's never nice when you're running in a long run. Shorter ball, gets hold of that. That's runs, more runs, and it's 6. You know, you don't. There's no fielders back there, so he's got the deep square leg. But I think that's a short ball out of frustration, and very well controlled by Katrada, and takes the Rhinos to 31 after 2 overs. going to go into the Quadrado. Missing his line again. Oh, and there's a run-out chance here, but they've thrown to the wrong end, and a very frustrated Momberg ends the over there. Good start here by the Rhinos. 31 after 3 overs. Chasing down 215 runs to win this, the first of their Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition.
Ryan, it's going to be interesting to see how Pele comes back. His first one wasn't too comfortable. A few extras, also a bit too straight. Guys playing him down the leg side. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to come back from that and sort of end and start going more to that top of off new ball. Use it as best as you can. So yeah, quite interested to see how he's going to step up for it.
They're in full. It's quite straight. Both of these bowlers seem to have quite a bit of pace, and but it just shows how important line and length is at the same time. You were saying that the one end is slightly up and down.
Yes, so at the end that Pele is bowling to seems a bit, and shows we've got a few balls that are kept low, where batsmen wanted to play a cut.
He misses his line just a touch there, and it's getting put away over mid-wicket here. That's where Twala was looking at putting that ball, but he seems to be attacking the stumps, either bowling straight, but his field is not really set for that. There is a deep square leg. Both teams have taken out the same strategy, I think. That's very well hit. Very, very well played through the covers there. Too much width, too full. And Tele gets dispatched to the boundary. Another welcome boundary to the Rhinos as they move on to 35 after 3 overs. They're going to have to restructure this and have a look at how to try and slow this down, because the Rhinos are really cantering along at this stage. This is where the Rhinos did really well. They were both, working. The bowlers seemed to be working in tandem. One end putting pressure, the other end getting wickets, no runs, and there are a lot of 4 balls being bowled here. Full ball by Tele, picked it up. Is it going to go over? It is just going to fall safe. A bit of inventive cricket, but that can apply more pressure as they turn and decide to stay for 2. It's inventive cricket there by Twala, very risky, but at this stage, if you in control, you can sort of take some risks, but they've got to be calculated. And the ball did fall safe, but not very safe. Could have been taken.
Yeah, not far off at all.
Full ball, solid defence by Twala, keeping a little bit lower that one. And perhaps that's what happened to the ball before, is it also kept a little bit low. He would have liked to get under that. Then would have got full value for that shot. I mean, those shots pay off if you're watching the IPLs and a lot of these T20 matches, a lot of the 50 over matches. It's a shot the players are practicing and pulling off with relative ease these days. You use the pace of the ball and dispatch it over the boundary.
Yeah, these are shots that are a big part of the modern game. They're a big part of the modern game in that they, as you're saying, they're not just playing them on the field, but guys are putting effort into practicing which balls, how to play them, when to play them, and they play them with quite reasonable consistency as well.
Change of bowling here from the golf course end at the reserve. I would like to say that the Rhinos have forced a change. straight to him, and it's a great catch. That third man, and that's the end of Katrada. He was having a go, and I suppose you could say the shot was on, but it's a good start. And a welcome wicket for the Garden Route Badgers. .37 for 1 after 4 overs, and that brings Yasser Cook to the crease.
So Kathrada is out for 24 of 16 balls. I think the intention was clear from ball 1 in terms of what the game plan is for the Rhinos. It's going to be interesting to see what Cook is going to do now going forward. Are they going to keep this momentum going? Are they going to separate roles in terms of who plays which role out there? It's going to be interesting to see. But the intent is very clear from the Rhinos.
Never complain getting off to a good start, and 37 for 4 I think kick-starts it into motion, and Sintu Majiza couldn't have asked for a better start for his spell here at the reserve as he comes in for his second ball of the innings to Yasser Cook. A little bit shorter, well played, well weighted by Yasser Cook as he taps it away backward a point as they get through for 1 run. That brings Twala to the crease. It's always nice when you come in and the first ball you hit straight out in the middle of the bat. It's a nice feeling to experience when you've just walked into the crease. Oh, and nicks it to Gully and towards Gully, and it trickles down to third man, and they get through for another single. 2 runs off the over, 1 wicket. Majiza hitting consistent areas here. Maybe that's one of the differences between the two seamers before him. Majiza into... Oh, it's a great shot. You don't bowl there to Yasser Cook. He is going to put you away, and confidently dispatched. Another 4. I think the balls before that he was slightly fuller. He didn't give him the opportunity to free his hands, but if you give Cook half a chance, he's going to dispatch that. He's a seasoned campaigner. He understands his game, and those sort of guys you don't bowl will give them that opportunity to get in and settle down. A better line and length there by Majiza. Cook defends comfortably.
I think what the Badgers will have to just take note of is how the Rhinos kept them in check was consistency. Finding the spot, keeping the spot, and making sure that the fielding is backing it up over a long period of time.
Well, in saying that, I think it's important for the Rhinos players to also take note of what happened to there we go again, and it's dispatched again for 4 through a similar area. Can't bowl, he's giving too much width to Cook, and he's put, I'd still say it was a reasonable over. He got the wicket, but if that's how the overs are going to go from now on, this is going to be a very short game. But in saying that, the Rhinos also have to pay attention as to how losing wickets at important stages in the game can still take away the momentum that they've achieved here. So it's important to score the runs and continue with your attacking play if you want to dominate, but be responsible. And the score races to 47 for 1 after 5. old eyes letting me down there for a second. Tele into Twala. Full ball driven confidently, straight to the fielder, no run. Once again, there's nothing wrong with getting on the front foot, feeling it out the middle of the bat, straight to the fielder. It's still one to the batters. Confidence-wise, not runs-wise. But, when you find the gap every second or third ball, then it makes it a lot easier. It definitely has cooled down here at the reserve. Gentle breeze blowing from the east. Tele into... it's him on the back leg. They scurry through. You see, that's one of the difference between that should never have been a run after the pressure's applied nicely by Tele, and then they scurry through for quite a simple single. And the Rhinos capitalised on those. They never gave any of those opportunities away. So now it just relieves the pressure on Twala, brings Cook to the crease. You don't want to get those releases, so they'll be frustrated with that. Comfortably patted back by Cook. That ball kept very low, seemed to be drifting down the leg side. Stifled appeal by Tele, but it could get interesting. It's definitely two-paced on from the well, I don't know what to call this end. We're going to have to name it because we're the first to be commentating on this Bongani. We might have the privilege. It might get changed, but. There's definitely the golf course end, and we'll have to come up a name with the other end. I would say maybe the macadamia end.
Macadamia, yes.
Maybe that's not a pretty name, but we'll think of something. We might have to change that throughout the course of the game, but it's definitely keeping slightly lower from Tele's side as Tele comes into Cook. It's very well driven straight to the fielder, but very confident drive by Cook. He seems to be hitting the ball very, very sweetly, and it sounds like a beautiful piece of willow that he's using. Fine balance between maintaining the control that these batsmen are in, and you just got to wait for those bad balls that get offered up. Tele to Cook, very comfortably defended. Tele's got wheels. He bowls at a decent pace. It's just consistency. That's one of the important things. At this level, batsmen face that stuff on the daily, and you've got to be able to utilize your pace by hitting the right areas, and your field placings become vital. And I think that it's easy to think that your pace is going to save you in certain situations, but when you've got batters who are in form and on top, and you don't have a very big total to defend, it's better to hit your areas.
And again, it boils down to consistency. You can hit your areas, but over a period of time will bring so much back to you as a bowling unit. That's where those wickets are coming from. That's where those fielding opportunities are coming from.
Twala in on strike. Slightly shorter ball through that gully position again for one. Quite a few runs coming through there. I think that the difference is Yasser has got more bat on the ball than Twala, and got dispatched it off to the boundary quite comfortably. It's going to be interesting to see how he reacts to bowling to Cook here, because any width that he's given him has been put away to the fence. That's better. He's adjusted to going slightly fuller to Cook, which is a smarter move, but most of the field is on the offside in the ring besides your third man. So it's only third man and deep square that are out at this stage. Very similar to the Rhinos field, but I would say that the guys inside the inner ring are slightly more staggered. Majiza into Cook, shorter, wider, and runs again. It's very lucky to get away with that. The ball went very quickly to the fence to Tele, and they get 1 run, but that could have very easily, 1 meter to the right, it would have been 4 runs.
50.
That's the 50 up for the Rhinos after 6 overs for 1 wicket in this Cricket South Africa Division 2 match, or the showdown in the one-day competition. Majiza into Twala. Well played. Guys are hitting the ball sweetly, so it sounds like it's coming nicely off the middle of the bat for both of the batters, and even with odd Katrada, who's out. You can see this is they've played on this wicket before, so they may be adjusting for the slightly lower bounce. And that's over the inner ring and should race away to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. So, you know, when he's not really giving himself much option, it's quite easy for the batters to capitalise on any misplaced delivery. So if he misses his line and length, there's runs here, especially if the guys are hitting the ball cleanly. Twala, I wouldn't say got hold of all of that, but it still went to the boundary, and it just puts the pressure back on the bowler.
But I must comment on body language from the fielding unit. We spoke quite a bit about the Rhinos fielding unit in terms of the body language and moving towards the game, you know, pushing towards the field so that the guys are alive. You don't sense the same with the Badgers in terms of energy.
Once again, at the middle of the bat, forward defensive, you know, they haven't been forced to look for 1s and 2s, but they've taken the 1s and 2s, and you know, maybe the players have sort of been on the back foot in the inner ring, allowing for those 1s and 2s, but it just relieves the pressure. So you're giving the players an opportunity to rotate strike, which is always nice, and then both players can get in quicker. If you had a look at the Badgers innings, I think Van Heerden was stuck on the one end for nearly 5 overs. There was minimal strike rotation, which made it very difficult for them. New bowler coming to the tack, it looks like it could be a spinner. Deep square leg and a long on, and everyone else comfortably and strategically placed inside the ring. Hansen coming into the attack. Sorry, Elder. He's also a seasoned campaigner. I think the Badgers are going to be banking on Alder here and looking to him towards somehow pulling this back from the Rhinos. Left arm. Gets through his overs quite quickly, which also helps. You blink twice and you're on the third ball as he comes in again to cook. Left arm around. Comfortably patted back. Just puts the pressure on the batting side when you've got a nice rhythm and you're flowing nicely, and then the runs get dried up. Or the runs get keeping low, sliding through there. Maybe a slight variation in bowling and hits him low down on the pads. Very well kept there, well taken. I'm sure you'd appreciate that as a wicketkeeper, Bongani.
Definitely. Take pride in those leg side catches.
You can always say you were trying to get a leg side stumping as a bowler, but Alder into Cook. Slightly fuller ball, very good over for the Badgers here. Maiden over, first over. That's 55 for 1 after 8 overs. And switching sides here. Looks like Tlele is coming in from the golf course end. Tlele into Twala, comfortably patted back. So Twala looking very good at the crease. Into Twala, another solid forward defensive. At this rate they're going to have to bowl us out. They're not going to be able to slow the runs. They're going to have to bowl the Rhinos out to win this match, unfortunately. For the Badgers, I mean, that's a 55 for 1 after 8. I'm sure that if you offered that to any coach, you'd take it, but it makes it very hard with defending a low score such as 215 on this wicket. Although it has been slightly too paced, I don't think it's going to deteriorate too much more. Slightly fuller ball, solid defence on the back, but he's really hitting the ball clean. Even though there's no runs coming off that, it always feels good, and you don't lose any confidence by not getting a run if you're hitting it in the middle. So it's not like you'd find the bowler getting more confident. But I don't know any bowlers who would feel more confident if the batsman is stepping back comfortably and hitting it straight out of the middle. But a wicket can change everything here, and that's what the Badgers will be after. Tlele into Twala. Misses his length, and that is 4 runs. That is vital that he does not do that. There's a lot of a pressure that's been applied by Alder, and then 2 very good balls to start up the over, and boom, you're allowed that. And that's what's going to make the difference. It's not going to be a wicket ball. I don't see what he was going to achieve by bowling that length, but it's very easy to be very critical on a bowler. It's also difficult when you're under the cush here.
He certainly has looked far more organised from this end over these first 3 balls over the over.
It's just this last one, and that's sort of through the over array,
I would say he's running up slightly uphill. Very full ball, and that's worked away on the leg side, but he's going to have to work hard here for 2 runs. Oh, and he fumbled it. It won't change the result though. 2 runs to Twala. Turns out to end off being a good over this for the Rhinos so far, with 6 off it and I think 1 ball remaining. Into Twala again, fuller ball again. Oh, and that's it. That is very good to watch. I think if there's any youngsters out there watching this game, all he did was pure control on the front foot, guided it past point for 4 runs, and that is very frustrating end for Dele, who started the over very, very well. But a controlled batting display here by the Rhinos, and I must say I'm enjoying watching this.
I think the way the Rhinos are batting right now is content. There's a level of contentment in that they've got a game plan. They know they've got the time. They know they can wait for the bad ball. When it comes, they can disperse it. They don't need to chase game.
Yeah.
They're looking so compact while playing these overs.
I think the right word to use for that shot, which I was looking for earlier, was caressed.
Yes.
He caressed it through the offside there. I mean,
Yeah.
it was majestic, that.
No.
Elder into Cook. It was a very tricky one for the keeper to gather there, but he does mix it up, Elder. And those fuller balls, flatter balls, maybe a few variations, and the Rhinos they just have to play this out. Oh, missed his length, and there's the pressure release again. That's one. Down to Richards at long on. Into Twala, full ball again, straight back to the bowler. Well, this is one way. I mean, watching Elder here, he needs support, and he's putting together these very tidy overs, and he's getting let down on the other end, and it's another good ball. He's bowling to his field here, and it's making it very tricky, but the Rhinos guys must bat responsibly here and possibly see him out, because they're getting the opportunities from the other end. Elder to Twala, misses his... Oh, and that's 4. It's poor fielding. Once again, that pressure release, and you'd rather miss a length on a full ball than go short, because as a spinner you give the batsman a few more options. That flat full length that he was bowling earlier is quite tricky to dispatch, and you still got a chance of hitting the sticks. Let's see how he pulls this back. Much better. Comfortably defended by Twala. The end of the over, 70 for 1 after 10 overs. That's 7 runs an over, quick maths, and the Rhinos in full control here. Umpire signaling power play, and that brings Momberg back into the attack. He's going to try and come back and possibly try and hit his areas. He was bowling with some decent pace in his first spell, dropping fine leg out. I think that the approach might be the same as what it was in the first spell, dropping a few very fast short balls, but I'm not so sure it's the right thing to do. 1, 2, 3, 4 batsmen out on the ring. Slightly shorter again, but doesn't get value out of that. Yes, will feel he missed out there. I mean, you've got to try and take wickets here. At this stage, it looks like a very defensive field that's being set, and unless they're going to try and dry up the runs and restrict the players and take away these boundaries that the Rhinos are playing, the boundary shots, but it's more down to bad bowling than amazing shots. Momberg in again, and he's missed his line. That's an easy one, and there's pressure off again. So I'm not sure this is the right approach by the Badgers.
Yeah, I think the response is very negative based on the awareness of what they're defending, and I think they should have sort of countered that, isn't it? By being in a position where they're bowling right now, they're bowling very negative, body line length, which takes a lot of things out of the equation. There's no LB, there's no hitting the wickets. See, now that kind of line is something you want to be working with, because that is where the wickets are. You've got more opportunities there. Ball can be caught, the ball can hit the wicket, you can get your LB, whatever the case may be. But if you're bowling body line, you're hoping they can hit the ball up, and when it does, it goes anyway.
I agree with you, Bongani. The crux of the matter is you're not going to win this game by trying to dry runs up. They're going to come anyway, and with 9 wickets in hand, you might just slow down the poison, but it's inevitable at the end. You've got to take wickets here. That's the only option. So I would have stuck to a better line, tightened up, closed off the 1s and 2s, maybe not played so defensive. But unless he's got something else in mind where he's got a plan that I'm unaware of, I think this is the wrong option.
And they are bowling at two very organised batsmen. These guys are not in a rush. They're ready to take up in the fight. So they should take note of that as well.
You know what? The way I see it is, if he's going to stick to that line and get it fuller, he can bring these guys in. Force the player to play his boundary shots or force a shot to get it through the ring. And that's how you're going to pick up wickets. You're going to sacrifice a couple of runs. Either they're going to win it very quickly, but you've got to try and pull it back somehow. But let's see if the approach works, because I don't know what the plan is here necessarily, but it doesn't seem to be the right one to me. That's just my opinion. Momberg into Cook. It's a better ball, but that sort of thing again you can set a field to as it brings the end to the over, and it's obviously still quite humid out there as Twala calls for a towel to soak up some sweat in his lid. 72 for 1 after 11, a very good start by the Rhinos. If you haven't been watching, this is the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. Garden Route Badgers versus Mpumalanga Rhinos, who are at home. The Rhinos have pretty much dominated from the beginning today. It's a beautiful day down here in the Lowveld. Fantastic day for cricket, and it's lovely to be here and have you all here. Elder to continue from the, let's call it the macadamia end. We'll have to change that name at some stage, Bongani, because it's not very, what would you call it? It's not very imaginative. But Elder into Twala. Sliding through on the back leg, and he's puzzled that together. Very good piece of bowling from Elder, and he traps Twala in front for a well played 32. He was looking good, and it would have been nice to see him go on to score a 50 or 100 here. But once again, pressure on the batsman from Alder, and he looks like the type of bowler who can change the game here and possibly turn this around for the Badgers. Twala and Katrada setting up a solid foundation for the Rhinos here, and that brings Mayet, the captain, to the crease. Those fuller balls that Alder bowls, slight variation in pace, and it seems to be quite tricky to work with on this wicket, especially when you're expecting slightly more bounce, and he's working his magic here.
And it seems to me like he's also not bowling at the same pace. He's sort of varying his pace, even though his pitch map seems to be quite close together. But he seems to be working at at variable paces, which also sort of throws the cat amongst the pigeons there, with that variable bounce as well on this end that he's bowling from.
On the ticky again. It looks like Zach Momberg is a very capable bowler. Interested to see how he gets through the next over. Well bowled again, and this is a good display of bowling by Alder, and he needs to be supported by Momberg, who is bowling from the golf course end. Very tidy. Also a very defensive field by him, but he's got his fielders in strategic positions here to cut off your ones. It's going to be, and yeah, I think you'll be happy giving away one or two here, but he's mixing up his pace nicely, keeping it full, putting all the pressure on the batsman, whereas the other bowlers haven't really been allowing for that. Works it away to square leg for one. Brings Zach Momberg back into the attack. Zach Momberg is the son of Niels Momberg, the stalwart administrator of CSA. I heard Zach hit Steve Smith on the head in a net practice. So there's no shortage of pace if you're hitting Steve Smith on the head. But I'm just not so sure that this is the right wicket to be bowling short. But definitely a good prospect for South African cricket. Nice tall player. Momberg into Mayet. It's a good area that, and it would be nice to see him sticking to those areas and forcing the batsmen into making the areas like the Rhinos bowlers were doing. I'd like to see him bowl on a hard, flat, high-fault wicket. Keepers are taking it above head height. I think he'd be capable of putting some exciting spells together. Momberg into Mayet. Short and pulled away. Lucky to get away with that. He's got the man deep backward, but he misses it just. And it will be runs that they can't afford to lose. That brings Yas Cook, and all I can say is don't bowl that to Yas. Also batting quite deep in his crease. solid on the back foot. Almost think like Cook is waiting for him to just drop it short and he's going to put it away. I've just something terrible. Just you know when you can see a batsman looking around and where he's looking.
He knows it. It's like he knows he's going to wait for it because he knows it's coming. I think he's also looking at the big gap there in the cover. It's calling his name, I guess.
There's a deep square here, and there are a few fielders out, but anything. Yeah, it's short again, and there we go. That's what we were saying. You just can't. You can't bowl like that. Yes, it was a slower short ball, but there's only one way to say it is it was very comfortably put away by Yasser Cook. And when you're bowling a short ball, the word comfort should never be involved. Whether it's a slow ball or hitting the deck hard, and you want it to be uncomfortable, and that's the thing. So I think they've got to rethink their strategy. I mean, as a fast bowler, you feel like you need to bowl the ball short every now and again, and it can work, but it's got to be bowled in the right areas. Momberg into Cook again. Fuller ball, that's much better by Momberg. Has a shy at the stumps. I think they're going to have to try everything they can here. It's Richards that it's quite easy to identify the players that I'm not too familiar with, but Richards could have been one of the locks for one of the big rugby unions. He's a unit.
Yeah, definitely.
Momberg into Cook, slightly shorter again, patted back to short mid wicket, no run. It's just that four off the over. No, four.
And the one.
Yeah, sorry, 5 runs off the over. That 5 runs is not going to help the Badgers' cause at this stage. So I would still try and tighten it up a little bit and put pressure on the Rhinos players, force them to play over, possibly lose a wicket, and then you can try your other strategies. Elder is the key man here. We've got to, if I was the Rhinos players, I'd try and see him out or get. It's a great shot. As you say, that he gives Mayet a little bit of width and puts him away quite comfortably. But from watching Elder's last few overs, I wouldn't get too comfortable because he seems like he puts the ball on ticky and he hits his areas.
And that won't bother him at all. That boundary won't bother him. I think he's been around long enough to understand it's part of the game. But he'll come back. You get the sense that he's in control and he wants to be. He wants to hold it back for the Badgers.
Well, there've been 2 release shots there for the Rhinos players, so they've ended up getting, I would say, 2 poor deliveries that have cost the Badgers 8 runs, which they can't afford. And at this stage, the Badgers were on 6 runs of 6 overs stories. There's that Fuller length again, and they push it away for 1. It would be very interesting to see. There was a local player here at White River, Jackie Chetty, who would be licking his lips to bowl at this on this wicket where it keeps slightly low. He swings the ball in quite a bit. Oh, teasing him outside off there. But 4 runs, they'll take that. I don't think there'll be too much stress for that. I don't know. That's 8 runs off the Elder over so far, and couple more deliveries left over. Yes, has moved on swiftly to 20 runs, and the total is 87 for 2 after 13. move on to 88. The with the current run rate required being 4.7 and over, they're going to have to try a different ploy here. Elder into Mayet. That's that very difficult line. I think that he's got to stick at that, force the guys to play, but he's got to try his variations as well. So he's plying his trade there. I think he understands exactly what he's doing, but definitely the pick of the bowlers so far. I think he's been tricky to work around this reserve. Momberg coming in from the golf course end. That's also a name that we've got to change. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of golf course ends, but we'll have to come up with interesting names for these ends.
Let's just find out the road there. I think Momberg's going to have to sort of take a leaf out of Alder's book, in that consistency is what's going to help him now. He really needs to put together much better ball there. Put together a more organised over package him, and he must stick to his game. Bodies fuller balls. Get the batsman on the front. Get the batsman playing. As you alluded to earlier on, sometimes a batsman will play that stronger shots, and as a bowler you won't mind. But I'd rather, as a bowler, want a batsman to play up front positively than for them to sit on the back foot and have all the time in the world.
I mean, there's a perfect example. So if he just holds that line in length and forces the batsman to play shots like that, if you get him playing 3 shots like that, he's going to go out to one of them. So it will also take some adjustments from Cook. Gentle breeze. I'm sure that everyone out there can hear the breeze is picking up. It usually means some afternoon showers. There are some clouds about, much to the relief of a fuller ball and comfortably hit, but there it's a lot tidier and more compact bowling. There's no runs off the over, so if you, as a batsman, are always thinking of, I want to get some runs. So I see him looking out there to mid-wicket area again. I think he'll make a mistake to bowl another short ball in this over if he's strung a couple of really goodies together like that. Cook deep in his crease. Momberg into Cook. There's a wonderful smell of braai meat in the air. There's some spectators coming in here at the reserve. Wide ball on the leg side. Just there's another one of those releases. You have to think, Elder is also going through his overs, and they have to have someone else to follow up on his performance here. I think he's been definitely the pick of the Badgers bowlers. Momberg into Cook. What's happened there? It's just taken off the bails, but there we go, sticking to your line, forcing a shot, and that's the end of Cook, and that brings about the third wicket. The third Rhinos wicket falls. That's Cook for 20 odd, 89 for 3 after 14 overs. You've got to be very careful not to, a wicket can change everything here. Bungani, the this could make it interesting for the Rhinos. Alder still very much in the attack and capable of taking a few quick wickets if given the opportunity, so the guys are just going to have to regroup and rebuild here.
Right, so Cook is out for 21 of 34 balls. As you're saying now, Ryan, that a wicket can change a game, can change its dynamics, but as they're going for drinks, it's going to be that conversation of how they're going to go about it from here, to see what can work for either team. We didn't see much of a change in the first innings after drinks. There wasn't too much of a change of what was happening before the drinks break. Let's see what would happen now in this side of the game, in this innings, to see if is it the batting team that's going to take up the mantle, or is it the fielding team that's going to sort of, in this case, the Badgers just cleaning up their lines and lengths. And this over has now proven that if you stick to your positive lines and you get the batsman on front foot, there's something that does come, because you're bowling positive lines. You're giving yourself the opportunity to take the wickets.
Couldn't agree with you more, Bongani.
So Rolfs will be joining Mayet when we start the game. And those roles will be clearly defined now during this drinks break.
The thing of concern for the Rhinos here is that they've got to regroup and rebuild here, because there's two new batsmen at the crease, whereas before it was always one batsman in with one of the newer batsmen. So there's still the game is not over.
Ryan, I think one thing that the Badgers won't be complaining about will be the drop in temperature. It does really make it a lot more comfortable for them to be out there. We were anticipating a bit more of a heat this afternoon, but it is sort of subsiding. The breeze is making a difference as well, unlike this morning. The breeze is going through the wind and is contributing to the drop in temperature as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that they'll be feeling another type of heat at the moment. This gentle breeze and the cloud cover is really welcome. I mean, I must say, even for me.
Yeah, if we are feeling it out, check, and you can only imagine how the guys are feeling it out there. So we're really appreciating it, yeah. So Mumberg's going to finish off his over. He's got one more ball in the over. Bowling to the new batsman, Rolfs. And again, as Ryan said just now, the Rhinos will have to take note that there are two new batsmen and really need to regroup and start again.
That's a good area. This has been a very good over by Momberg and a good comeback by the Badgers. The Rhinos move to from 89 for 3 after 15 overs. My hit on 7, Rolfs still yet to get off the mark. Alder stays in the attack.
Alder to continue on this end.
Easy one off the first ball of the over. I don't know if it's a ploy to get the new batsman on strike who hasn't had a chance to look at the ball yet and have a go at him. Rolfs is a very capable batsman. Those are the pinkest gloves I've ever seen, and yeah, that's very well played. It's good timing. For 1, it's 2 of the over. darts in at straight at the stumps there. That's comfortably hit for one to backward point. A little slight misfield by Richards. He's a big guy, it's hard to get down. I don't know why he's there, but he's doing his job.
To get down.
There's that full straight one. That would definitely be the one I'd be looking out for if I was at the crease. Nicely pressed back, quickly back into the hands of Alder. A lot of chatter now. I think that they feel this is their opportunity to change the momentum here and try and pull it back for the Badgers. Alder into, ooh, that one slid through and well kept out by Ralphs. Overgone. Another very tidy over by Alder.
And he's getting through his overs quite quickly. One moment you faced in the first ball, and then the next moment it's over. And I think that also ups the game for the Badgers. Batsmen can quickly lose touch with the game. Let's see if Momberg can actually come back and do what he did in the previous over. His previous over was very organised and yielded a wicket because of that organisation. See the field's changing slightly. I think they're trying to close up the possibility of, because the slip has sort of moved into a gully position.
Looks like he's setting it up for a shorter ball here, but I hope he's going to rather stick to his lines because the short balls seem to sit up. Oh, double bluff and he bowls it full. It's all about percentages, you know. If he's going to stick it up there and force the batters to play, they're bound to make a mistake every now and again. You can't, no batsman is perfect, but he's got to get it up there and work hard on these Rhinos batsmen. And he got the reward in the last over, forcing a shot wide outside off and dragging it onto the stumps. Momberg into Mayet worked away comfortably to Richards for one as he has a big shot at the stumps.
I think even if the Rhinos at some points of the game in the first innings and now while they're chasing, even though at some point the game hasn't gone their way, what they've not done, which is good for them, is that they've not chased the game. They've stayed organised, they've stayed compact, trying to keep the game well in control, you know.
I'm still trying to work out what he was trying to do there. That was a very, very short ball, I think. He nearly hit the umpire on his toes. See, I think he's worked out that you're not getting much out of the wicket. You've got to really bang it in to get some result, and maybe that's what he was trying to achieve. But I would stick to the fuller balls and make the batsman work. That's the one you want. It's a good shot by Rolfs. Worked away through the covers. Alder gathers around and they get through for two. But that's your area that you should be bowling, and those are where the results comes from. It showed with the Rhinos. They set the guys up for short balls, but they didn't bowl them, and the results showed. They got their wickets because the players were chasing runs or under pressure. So you build your pressure, the batsman gets forced into a position where he has to play a shot, and that's not happening here. He's getting these release shots or a wide where the pressure's off. Momberg into Rolfs, slightly quicker ball, very cleanly hit and well gathered at backward point.
if Momberg can close this over up neatly again.
That's a very good shot by Rolf. Just waited on the back foot and we helped it through the leg side for 4. And that's already 7 runs off the over, and the Rhinos move on to 100 for 3 after 16 overs. After the last over, I was hoping Momberg would be sticking to those areas as he goes at 5.5 overs for 41 runs. It's been reasonably expensive. And there we go again. It's those good areas that are going to get you your results. Taking his time getting back to the deep mid-wicket boundary as Alder prepares to come into Mayet and misses his line and gets patted away behind square for a single. Well fielded in the deep there. That gives Alder a chance here at the new batsman Rolfs, who's moved to 7 reasonably quickly. Alder's definitely going to have to be the man that the batsmen see out here. There's that sliding fuller ball. Well played, well kept out by Rolfs. Missed his line there a little bit, or his length a little bit, but he almost lulls you into a false sense of security and then slams one on your toes, and that's what slider, I don't know what, it's hard to see from here. We haven't got a camera in front of us, or a screen in front of us to watch it, but from what I can see from the sideline here is that it looks like he's bowling a slider on then slightly fuller again, and that's runs. That's going to go. It trickles away for 4. Some lucky runs there, some leg byes for the Rhinos, but they'll take it.
I think what Alder really does is keep himself in the game. He's always in the game when he's got the ball in his hand. You never know it's coming, and I think that's he knows he's keeping you guessing.
You see, like there's nothing wrong with that option, because if that was a straighter ball and he just happens to get a slight tickle on the inside edge and goes through and hits the sticks, that ball was bowled shorter and it didn't bounce. So there was a slight, there's definitely indifference in the bounce on the golf course end. So Alder trying to capitalise there, and the Rhinos were lucky to get away with that one, but he's got to get those straighter then. Yeah. It was a lot quicker. Alder into Mayet. Comfortably pushed away for 1, and quite an expensive over here by Alder. I think they're banking on him to turn it around here for them, but he's got to bowl in tandem with someone who's going to support him. So the Rhinos move to 110 for 3 after 18. Rolfs on 8, Mayet on 15 in this CSA Division 2 one-day competition between the Garden Route Badgers and the Mpumalanga Rhinos at home.
Majiza is back on. Right arm over. He's going to be bowling to Mayan. We are on 111 for 3 after 18 overs. The target is 215. The Rhinos are going quite comfortably at this point. They have had to regroup after the third wicket, but they seem to be going about it quite comfortably and quite patiently. Let's see what Majiza is going to do bowling to Mayet.
Full ball to Mayet, and he just pats it away to deep square, and they get through for the one. Rotating the strike nicely, giving them both a chance to get balls to face and get set here. And I think once these players get set, you might find that this game will be over very quickly if they do get that opportunity. So they have to capitalise here. You see, when you start seeing the ball being hit that clean, even though there's no run, it's the same thing I spoke about earlier. It's not nice. You don't feel better as a bowler when a batsman plays that, even if it does go to a fielder, because he just needs half a metre either side of the fielder for it to be gone. Slower ball by Majiza and pulls Rolfs into a slightly more uncomfortable position. I think that those options are something that the guys should look at if they've got those variations. As Majiza comes in towards Rolfs. Slightly shorter ball, keeps low, patted back by Rolfs to mid-on. This is where it gets to the important part of the over, where they can't allow that pressure release, either through a wide ball or a stray ball, to allow the Rhinos to either rotate, strike, or get a boundary. Majiza into Rolfs again, deep in his crease, slightly shorter ball, and once again easily pulled away to deep square leg. I'm yet to see one of the batsmen look like they're in trouble on any of the short balls, and that's and I say that from both teams. So you've got to learn something from that. You've got to limit your short balls if you see that they're not going to be very effective. Maybe a slower short ball will be a better option than very nicely patted back by Mayet to Momberg on the boundary, and they get one.
In fact, Ryan, what you're actually saying now is exactly what Taylor is saying here on the boundary here at third man to the bowler. That the short ball isn't working because it's just sort of sitting up and giving the batsman enough time. Stay on the sticks, as he says. He was speaking to him in Zulu, saying, stay on the sticks. You've got a better chance here. Get the ball full. The shorter one is not giving us much. You know?
It's important that, if you were doing this at Wanderers or Centurion, I don't know what it's like at Oates, the guys could be rushed a little bit if the ball skids on and comes through quickly, because there's no lack of pace with the Treles and the Mombergs. But here at this White River wicket, they're going to be found wanting, because the ball sits up nicely for the batsman to decide where they would like to hit it. But that's something you learn when you watch the first innings, and you've got to pay attention as Alder comes into Mayet. There's a floated delivery, patted back nicely by Mayet. Gives him a little bit of width there, slightly shorter, and only the one to the boundary. another one, and this sort of trundling along nicely here, the Rhinos. You know, if there's that good start that they got off to, it always helps the batsmen coming in at this stage of the game where they can just take it easy and pick off the ones and twos to get them to the. There we go. That's misfield and another pressure release. So it's although if you look at his stats, I don't think he's been. He's done too much wrong. He's 36.5 overs for 30 runs. Definitely the pick of the Badgers bowlers here. He comes into Rolfs, who gets another easy single here. Misfield again. That brings an end to another older over, and that's one less over to worry about from who I would say would be the danger man from the Badgers side. He's been very organised in his bowling. I know you wouldn't say he's had hit all of his areas, but he's definitely been the most troubling. And it is always difficult when you're trying to keep it tidy, and the guys on the other end are just not playing ball.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say that. I think the Badgers are going to need someone to step up. He is running out of ground. Someone's going to need to step up. In fact, more than one person's going to need to step up to sort of close up the ends. You can't have one end leaking right through the innings. But down. Not. That's good fielding at point there. I think Rolfs would have been very happy to see that go for his bat, thinking it might go through the point, but that's good fielding there.
Majiza into Rolfs. Good area. Solid defence back to the bowler, who stops it with his foot. Energetic young man Majiza, bouncing back to his crease, or bouncing back to his mark to bowl the next ball. I don't ever remember bouncing back to my run-up like it, are you? It's a long way to go. Majiza into Rolfs. Great fielding, and forces the turnaround, and Rolfs would have been in trouble if he could gather. And that could have, once again, those are the things that change matches and turn them around. It's going to be very difficult to save this when you 90 odd left to chase, but it gives you hope and gives you a chance, and you can try and capitalise on those run-outs.
Such excellent work getting the ball. You could have easily gone past him to the boundary, which is the second phase of that whole scenario, isn't it?
Definitely. Rhinos players really not looking troubled here.
I think the other thing that's going to be needed now is a whole team effort from a fielding point of view. And I'm talking a simple thing like the language on the field.
Shot.
Beautiful shot.
Just wide of a diving there. Momberg cheering him on the way to the boundary there, but unfortunately he got through for 4, and another welcome boundary to the Rhinos. Just giving Rolfs too much width there, and he capitalised on them. There are just too many of those in this innings, and I think that's the difference between the two teams. Is there have been too many short balls, poorly placed short balls, and too many release balls.
Hence the Rhinos have played with such comfortability, it's a high level of comfortability, just knowing that they can wait for it. I was just alluding now that we have to. I think the Badgers need to start looking at their own body language in terms of how they're approaching the game on behalf of the bowlers, and really backing them up, not only from stopping the runs or catching the balls, but also being positive in the language physically and verbally. Yeah.
So that brings on Jacobs into the attack. Someone's going to say that Jacobs is the golden arm. Just got a message from somebody saying, I wonder why they haven't bowled their golden arm yet. So it's very surprising that this has happened. I must say the person has very good knowledge of cricket, so it was a good call that you know who you are. Jacobs right arm over into my head. Stronger wind blowing now. I wouldn't say it's a breeze anymore. So anything, we'll get a bit of assistance over here towards the western boundary. Quicker leg spin. Well directed. I think maybe this in tandem with Alder could have been useful. But too late, I suppose. Jacobs to Mayet, pats it back to backward point for no run. If he brought that one back, possibly it looked like a variation coming into Mayet, who patted it back again for no run. And there's the fuller ball, a little bit more flight and powerfully driven away to mid-off, deep mid-off for one. It takes Mayet to 21. The Rhinos 123 for 3 after 21, chasing down 215 runs to win. Rolf's on 15. I'll use the word golden arm very lightly. Having been on the receiving end of being called the golden arm, because it generally means that you can take a wicket by surprising a guy, but you're not very well respected as a bowler. So I say that golden arm to Jacobs with all due respect. I don't mean any disrespect by that, but I know it was used when I came on to bowl, because they used to say, come bring on the golden arm. I'd come in and pray for a wicket and sometimes get it, but it would be very expensive. But if the wicket was taken, it was all worth it. That was more towards the end of my career, Bongani, because at school cricket when we played together, I was okay. And I used to think I was a top end bowler.
Yeah, I think in school you were the other version of the golden arm, isn't it?
Into Rolfs. Besides Alder, all the bowlers going above 5 runs and over. The two up front went going for 6 runs plus and over. So it just shows the good start, and then the Badgers have never really settled from that point in. It's been a tough climb into the 22nd over here, but Majiza into Rolfs, slightly shorter, patted back. So the runs are not. It doesn't look like they're becoming easier to come by. It looks like it is getting slightly more challenging to bat out there, but they've got such a comfortable position that they don't need to do anything drastic or exciting or inventive to get them over the finish line from here. And it's going to take some special planning and maybe a miracle to dig this one out. Majiza into Rolfs, again comfortably blocked, straight back to the bowler, no run.
And again, the required run rate at this point is sitting at 5.6, so they really don't have a reason to be in any form of panic, you know. They can sort of work their way through it.
Gentle tickle down the leg side by Rolfs, very delicate. 4 runs down to fine leg, and there's the release of that pressure. I mean, it's some ill discipline again, missing those lines where you're gonna either give away 2 there or a boundary. So try and stay away from that area when you're bowling. So he's gonna feel disappointed with himself there, Majiza.
I'm starting to get the sense that just like when the Badgers were batting, we had the conversation on when are they going to make the decision to sort of kick on. Unfortunately, those wickets just kept falling at very crucial phases. I think now, from a bowling point of view, when do they start changing the game? It looks like it seems like they're allowing the game to sort of trickle on.
Well, I think that if you look at how the Rhinos were bowling, they would get to a position where they're starting to build an innings, and then there'd be a wicket falling. And with the Rhinos here, every time that they seem to be putting the pressure on the Rhinos batsmen, they'd bowl a short ball, short and wide, and it would be dispatched for 4. And I think that's been the error here, where the guys have just been allowing the Rhinos that release or that chance to capitalise. You know, it's the same as 2 fighters. It's like one of the fighters gets knocked over and then he just doesn't get a chance to stand back up again, and that's the sign of a good side. So I'm not saying that the Badgers are a bad side, but they've been, from up to this point, they've been outplayed today.
Jacobs comes back in. I think it was quite a decent over that he had first up, and he doesn't seem to be scared to use his variations. Let's see what his fielding changes are going to do, Ryan, in terms of what is he thinking now, having moved 3 positions now.
Very easily picked up lofted drive there for 4 runs over cover, and he just gave it a little bit of flight there. Just wondering if he's going to bowl those flat leg spinners, and you're not given much opportunity when that happens off your first ball. You become reluctant to try too much else, because you've got to try and pull the over back, unless he's going to try and take a wicket. It did look like he does have a wrong one. He bowled it in the last over to Mayet. He's that flatter ball full and put away. Mayet moves to 26, Rolf's 20. The Rhinos are 133 for 3 after 23 overs. That brings Rolfs onto strike. Slightly shorter ball on the back foot and defended by Rolfs. I don't have access to reviewing that, but it looked like a wrong one to me. Coming back in slightly shorter and coming back in at the batsman.
But again, what's working for them is that tight off-stump line where batsmen are not allowed to free their arms.
I think it's important they can't miss their length like there where he's going to get the pressure release again. But he's working with a plan here, Jacobs. I would have liked to have maybe seen guys bowling in tandem with Alder. This whole game would have been very, very different. If Alder had support from any one of the seamers, it would have been a very different game right now. I think he was let down by his teammates there. And well, it's not over. This is a very funny game. But they have made it very hard for themselves to come back from this. Looks like they're bringing Tele back into the attack. We heard Tele talking to his teammates about the short ball earlier, saying that it's not a good idea, it's not working for them, they've got to get it fuller. So let's see if he listens to his own advices. Tele bowls it slightly shorter to Mayet. That's a bit of a contradiction to what we heard Bongani, but he was fielding in front of us and told one of the other bowlers not to bowl short, it's not working. So that brings Rolfs back onto strike.
Case of practice what you preach, isn't it?
Short and give himself a bit of width, and that makes a bit of work here on deep square boundary. Some good fielding out here on the deep, and they get there too. Rolfs moves to 22. Brings about the 50 partnership, if I'm not mistaken, between these two batsmen. So the importance of putting an innings together is evident, and they'll be hoping to see this through for the Rhinos. Good areas there by Tele, outside half of the bat from Mayet, and full ball from Tele. Oh, and there could be problems here if he hits and he misses. I think the batsman would have been short. Very good fielding here at short cover. Deflected to mid-off, who gathered the ball and threw it in and missed the stumps. And it was Van Heerden. It would have possibly brought on a wicket. Tele into Rolfs Full ball again, gently guided down to third man, boundary for 1. And that's the end of the Tele over. Fairly comfortable over for the Rhinos, that keeping the runs ticking over, and we move into the halfway stages of this innings. The Rhinos versus the Badgers in this Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. Jacobs into Rolfs. Very well played to mid-on or long-on. Momberg gathers the ball and throws it back into the wicket-keeper, and Rolfs gets the easy single. Jacobs to Mayet, slaps it away through to deep extra cover for 1.
I really am. I'm of the belief that it really has gotten so as uneasy as the pitch is playing, if I want to put it that way. It still is easy enough just for the Rhinos to just sort of go through the motions. It's got that easy for them.
From where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like it's changed too much throughout the day. You know, the players will be able to tell us different. You know, it's very different sitting here and being there. You get, maybe it's got a little bit lower and a little bit slower, but not that much that it's noticeable. And I think that the Rhinos have just capitalised on their opportunities here and made them count, whereas the Badgers will be slightly disappointed. I mean, this is a very good Badgers side. There's nothing wrong with the players or the ability of the players walking around here. It's just not coming together today for them. Bowling in tandem becomes very important. It looked like the wrong one again there. He bowls it quite a lot. But not giving Mayet too many problems. Very well hit by Mayet, and even though he got a solid hand to it, it still went to the boundary, raced away to the boundary for 4, and that's Van Heerden again at short cover. Look, it's very hard to stop those. He made a big effort and got solid contact on the arm or the hand there, but he really connected that sweetly, and that moves him to 34 runs, and the Rhinos to 148 for 3 after 25 overs. As we move into, the 26th over, so that was after 26 overs, and Tele comes back into the attack. And that's taking the pressure off, and Rolfs gets an easy single there to mid-wicket as he misfields. You know, the Rhinos have to also start possibly thinking about the bonus point here. If they get the runs before 40 overs, they'll get a bonus point. And that's 14 overs away, so it's an interesting challenge that, but you've also got to make sure that you still got to win the game. So pick your battles, but I think that it's something to look at going for with 7 wickets in hand.
I think it's something that's achievable if they just stick to putting away what needs to be put away. And it's also achievable in the sense that they wouldn't have to sort of break their stride.
Well, it's just over 4 runs and over to achieve that, so it's something that they'll have to look at. But as he bowls a full ball to the leg side off him, Mayet might feel that he missed out there. One leg by it, so he did get a little tickle on it with his pads, but any bat on that, it would have been a long, long way.
The 150 is up. It's in the 27th over, only 3 wickets down.
Good clean forward defensive to mid-off to Van Heerden. Short ball again, and Ross just easily taps it down to fine leg. I mean, he's really got some wheels on him, but there's no pressure on the batsman with the short balls here on this wicket at the moment, and nice controlled pull shot down to a squarish fine leg. Pele into Mayet. Short again and another easy shot, and just giving away runs here. I suppose he could be hoping for a top edge or a miss hit to go to one of the fielders, but at this rate I don't see that that's happening. The batsmen are now set. Remember when we started after drinks, these were fresh batsmen and they had an opportunity to capitalise there. Maybe then you could drop a ball short at Rolfs or at Mayet, but you're now bowling at 2 reasonably set batsmen, and the Badgers are in trouble here.
Yeah, once again, I think I look at the game plans as not as positive as they needed to be defending a 215. The partnerships, as we spoke about earlier on, bowling in tandem, there's always an end that's not really holding up, and that I think has been a big factor in this run chase.
New bowler to the crease. Looks like is this Hansen? Moletsane to Mayet. He works it away for a comfortable single to deep extra cover. Another easy one to the boundary. I'm definitely going to have to try a different ploy here if they want to try and scrape this back. I think they're going to struggle to even defend the 40 over win here, and giving away a bonus point to the home side, the Rhinos. Another run to deep square. Shorter ball, missed his area, and slapped down to the boundary. A deep square leg. Tele fields well, and they get through for 2. Comfortable hit for Rolfs down the ground for 1. The Rhinos move on to 158 for 3 after 27 overs. 28 overs as that over closes. Rolfs 33, Mayet 37. The target 215. And with that, it looks like Aldo is coming back into the attack from the golf course end. 3 overs left in his see what plan they can come up with to possibly get a wicket and slow this run chase down a little bit. This has really been a well composed assault by the Rhinos. Clinical performance. Deep mid wicket. 1 deep on the offside. A deep cover and a long off. Gives it quite a bit of flight and easy one for Rolfs. At this rate, the Rhinos are going to be just tapping away at this target of 215 quite easily. Going to take a very big effort by the visiting side to slow down this run chase as Elder comes into Mayet. A little bit of flight on the back foot, defended to cover. Elder to Mayet. Fuller ball misses his length slightly and hit away to square by Mayet. No run. Straight back to Elder, no run. It's again a tidy bit of bowling from Elder. A little bit more flight and well defended by Mayet. At this stage, the Rhinos cruising to victory here. Elder, slightly shorter ball, whipped away on the leg side by Mayet for 1. That's the end of the over. Another good over by Elder. If he only had support, I think it would have been a very, very different game.
Yeah, I think the Badgers also missed the trick there with Elder and Jacobs bowling together. I think that would have made a world of difference. But let's see what Moletsane can do to sort of help clean that out, you know? Because again, I think what the Badgers need is a good period of about 4 to 5 overs, sort of pulling it back, and then the game sort of dictates itself from there. You know? But when you have batsmen sort of dictating the game right through, and there's no obvious response from the team, the intent. And again, I still talk of the decision making on a field in terms of when do we kick in. sort of what do we do differently? We got the message about the golden arm, which didn't really pan out today. But at the end of the day, it's what else do we have that sort of changes the game? Who do we bring in? What do we bring in? You know.
Another easy run for Rolfs as he's a misfield of his own bowling, and they get another single through to long on. Touching on what you were saying there, Bongani, is that they were short 85 runs here, and if they'd set a bigger target, it was sort of an unknown for them as well, so you've got to be fair. They are a professional setup and you've got to read the wicket, and they're seasoned pros in this side. They are a professional setup, and I think that it started with the batting, and it's hard to defend that. If you've got a total like that, you're going to set your bowlers up for a very, very tough battle, and then you've also got the Rhinos who came out with that intensity and were dispatching all the bad balls with intent. It gets very difficult from there, so you can never say that they lost it before the Rhinos even came to bat, but it could have been different if they'd scored even 50 runs more. It would have been, the pressure would have been on, and a little bit of support for Elder as he comes in for what will be his second last over. The breeze is subsiding and the sun is coming out again, so that low fault heat will be beating down on the players' shoulders again. The batsman Mayet on 40, Rolfs 35, 163 for 3 after 30 overs in this Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. Elder to Mayet. Slightly shorter ball, backed away and worked out to deep cover. Brings Rolfs onto strike. Skiddy delivery onto Rolfs. He sets off quickly and looking for the 2, but decides against it. There's no reason to take any risks here, and they make the wise decision to stay and settle for the 1. That's a lofted drive by Mayet, and he hits it very well, caught by is that good flight by Elder, forcing the batsman to manufacture a shot. A good innings by Mayet, caught on the boundary by, is that Van Heerden? A good catch out in the deep up, Van Heerden, and that brings the end to Mayet, and that brings Aubrey Swanepoel to the crease. Number 7, Aubrey Swanepoel, who's moved over to the Rhinos from the Free State and will now be enjoying his season for the Rhinos. 41 or 53, 4 fours and 22 dots at a strike rate of 77.2. Mayet, good innings. They were never really under any pressure. I think it was tough for him and Rolfs when they came in after drinks. They had a bit of work to do to stabilise the innings, because that was really going to be where the Badgers would have had to capitalise on either making a statement and taking a wicket or choking them, but it went the other way. So that's 165 for 4 after 30 overs, and 215 the target. So the Rhinos zoning in on that target reasonably quickly.
Swanepoel is out to join Rolfs. We'll be joining Rolfs at the crease, facing Elder. 3 balls to go in the over. As Ryan said, now this is his second last over of his 10 over spell. Swanepoel off the mark immediately with a nice gentle straight shot to middle or long off. I think Ryan, the Badgers would have been far happier if Elder had taken more wickets based on how well he's bowled. He's the only one who could have got more wickets. They'll be happy with his economy rate, I'm sure, but would have been far happier if he had taken more wickets. But then again, the game hasn't quite flown the team's way, as you've said, as you've alluded to just now. It is 166 for 4 after 30 overs. With the bonus point in mind, it's going to be interesting if closer to that 40, or are they going to want to clean it up now, or do they see themselves getting to that 215 before the 40, because they really are under no pressure to kick on anyway. Based on how they're playing now, I think they see themselves getting there.
Yeah, Bongani, I really don't see it being a challenge to achieve that bonus point win here for the Rhinos if they continue at this rate. There really hasn't been too much support for Alder from the bowler side, and maybe a lesson for the rest of the season to have a good look at the wicket and how it's playing and try and adjust your game accordingly, because it could have gone the other way. This couple of wickets earlier on, you find you're in trouble. Maybe even 30-40 more runs and it's game on. So patted back to long on by Swanepoel as he goes to 2 from 2. Molestane to Rolfs, and he gets another easy single. Just chipping away at this total, and doing it with reasonable ease. The Rhinos have been very composed in their innings, in their bowling as well. Slightly shorter ball, worked away to square leg, no run, well gathered and dispatched back to the keeper. Badgers getting slightly more animated, a bit of spirit, maybe a bit of fight coming back. Cricket is a very, very funny game, and you never know what happens. I hate to call it too early. Fuller ball by Molestane. Shorter ball, missed his length a little bit, worked away by Swanepoel for an easy single. Over bowled. That brings Aubrey Swanepoel back onto strike, and Elder will be in his last over for today.
I think the biggest lesson that needs to be checked and learned by the Badgers from today's game, especially bowling wise, is the use of the new ball. Whether the ball is moving much or not, I think putting it short up front isn't always going to be a positive game plan. Using the new ball, putting it up there, and let it do the work for you, and then see where it takes you from there. But to start from a shorter ball, work your way the other way, you've sort of given the batsman a front foot on the situation. if I can use that as a phrase. Because in the moments where they did bowl the positive lines, wickets were taken. In the moments they did bowl the positive lines, runs didn't quite flow as comfortably as what the Rhinos would have liked.
Yeah, I think that it could have all been very different. I think that the Rhinos, the Badgers should be very disappointed in how they set this up. This is definitely not a 215 wicket. It hasn't done anything special throughout the day. It's maybe kept lower in the second innings, in the Rhinos innings, but they've just consolidated and played positive cricket, and it's definitely shown, because you could see that there was no lack of ability by the Southwest District players. They're a good side, but building partnerships, putting your bad balls away. Then in saying that, the Rhinos never bowled too many bad balls. They bowled very, very well. They fielded very well, and they followed it up with some good batting as he misses his length a little bit there, and Rolfs bats it back as he moves on to 39. A good opportunity to get a list A 50 here for Rolfs, as the Rhinos move on to 174 for 4 after 33 overs. Rolfs moves on to 39, and that brings an end to the elder spell. Moletsane continuing to Rolfs, goes on the back foot, well fielded off his own bowling, off the hand onto the head and safely into the hands of Elder, but nonetheless gathered and no run. Moletsane to Rolfs, who swings and misses, well gathered by the keeper. Obviously got something on it because there's no wide called. A lot of batsmen have been using the depth of their creases today, sitting here to the west of the wicket, quite square. You get a nice visual on how the batsmen are using the depth of their crease, and a lot of them have been doing that today. As we continue, slightly quicker ball to Rolfs as he bats it back. It almost looks as if he's looking for that ball to dispatch here now, to get this innings closed and the victory for the Rhinos. Just hope he holds it together to get his 50. He's put together a good innings here, Rolfs. It's well played as he pushes that to deep long on for another welcome single. And they edge 1 run closer to taking this, the first of the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day comp in White River at the reserve.
Another straight shot down to long on, which has been quite a ploy for the Rhinos, because they're in no rush really to get there. They're really just getting that as a release shot, just for them to keep that strike rotating. But I think Moletsane also hasn't done too badly in terms of he hasn't been dispersed. But I think again we get back to the point of wanting to take the game to the next level, you know. We have a bowling change again with Momberg coming back on the golf course end, as we've called it from today.
As I said earlier, we're definitely going to have to come up for names. We'll have to speak to the staff here about what they're going to call their ends here at the reserve. And that brings Momberg back into the attack to Swanepoel. The Rhinos requiring 40 for the win. Six overs to take the bonus point, as well as Momberg continues to Swanepoel. Shorter ball, and reaches out, jumped a little bit too early. There was maybe the first ball that short ball that might have worked there, but he didn't get all of it. If he did, it would have been a very different story. I think they would have been fetching it in the acorn trees on the first tee box there. But they've got to try something, Bongani, and that brings Rolfs back into strike on 40, 10 off his 50, and I said 10 off his 50 for those people who are very bad at maths. Sometimes you say very silly things sitting in front of this mic, but Momberg into Rolfs. Fuller ball, very well driven for 4 through the covers. That's a great shot by Rolfs. Much to the approval of his fellow teammates sitting in the stands here. And a welcome boundary. It's been quite a while since the last boundary, so just shows everything sort of slowed down to a trickle here, to a very flat sounding Badgers side. Well, as I say that, they start getting some claps and chirps together. Momberg into Rolfs again. Slower ball, punched out to cover to Tlele, who fields well, just gets the one. Rolfs moves to 45. The Rhinos 181 for 4 after 34. I think what becomes evidence is also those singles. I think that the Badgers missed out on a lot of singles as Momberg continues to full pitched ball, and he gets it away for one, well picked up by Van Heerden, who gets it in. An easy one for Swanepoel. But then again, the ones and twos that the Rhinos have, if we had to look at stats, and I don't have them in front of me, but if you had to look at stats, that's made a very big difference to the Rhinos chase compared to the Badgers, where you can't have, I'll use it because it's one of the stats that I had, 6 overs for 6 runs. You're doing something wrong. You've got to rotate strike if you're not getting boundaries. It's got to be one or the other. And so that was either one thing the Rhinos did very well or the Badgers did very badly. Momberg into Rolfs. Slightly shorter ball, mishit as he pulls it away to deep square leg for another one. It moves to 46. A new bat going out to Swanepoel. Momberg regathers and waits patiently for Swanepoel to get back to his guard. And what's going to happen here? Is he going to try another short ball, which he's bowled 2 in this over already, which haven't really been effective, but the one nearly got Swanepoel to hit one straight to mid-wicket. He bowls it full and wide outside off, swing and a miss by Swanepoel, and that is the end of the over, and drinks. It's the Rhinos on 183 for 4 and chasing 215 in this cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. First of the matches for the Rhinos and the Badgers, and makes for an exciting start for the Rhinos if they're going to play cricket like this.
I think, I totally agree with you there, Ryan, in that if this is the brand of cricket they're going to play at the beginning of the season, it sets it up quite well. In that they've looked organised, they've looked like they've got a game plan that is around what they have in terms of resources. Where the batsmen come out with intent, but there's a belief that in their middle order they can always pull it back and sort of work their way through the innings. But they aren't going to come out, because they didn't really need to come out fighting, if I can use the word fighting. But it's the intent that looks like they've decided to play with. So they're going to come out strong up front, because they know they've got a batting order that can see them through. So that even if the opening partnership doesn't sort of flourish every game, but they've got a batting order that works. And then from a bowling and fielding point of view, there's the body language, the way in which those fielders, I think they only dropped one catch today, and it wasn't the easiest of catches. Took some good catches too. One in the two that we'll remember fondly today is one in the slips, and one here at mid wicket. So I think at the end of the day, I think what we've witnessed from a Rhinos point of view is organised cricket, well planned cricket, and again, to agree with you, augurs well for the rest of the season. I think the Badgers are a good side. They just need, I think we'll have to go back to the drawing board and reset themselves and look at their game plans. They're playing away from home, so they might not be as familiar as they could be with the pitch and the surroundings, but I think they still need to sort of look at what else they can do differently and more consistently. I think we all know that the game of cricket is about consistency. The more you can get consistency going in what you do and how you do it, I think that's where your results come from.
I agree with you there, Bongani. I'm sure that they'll know that they could have done better, and they're capable of doing better than what they've put together here. They are a good side, as I've said before. You've got some decent players. Vali opening the batting, top player, put together some very good innings in his career, and it's just about support. It's just about support, and this is a team game, so. The Rhinos have really done well today, and hopefully they can see it through for the rest of the season. Just waiting on one of the umpires who's sometimes these little breaks in concentration for the batsman can start challenges anew. I remember not wanting to change my gloves if I was in a certain headspace, even if they were wet and not in the best condition, but you're too nervous to have that lapse in concentration when you're feeling very, very focused. And Herman Rolf's on strike again. The edge is closer to a milestone on 46. Mulatane continues from the Macadamia Road end. That's not a very good name for an end, but I'm going to have to work on that one. But main road end, Mulatane to Rolfs. Slightly quicker, shorter ball to Rolfs, who pushes it down to long on for one. And he moves on to 47. The Rhinos 184. Swanepoel on strike, who's on 8. Slightly shorter ball, lofted up, one bounce, and well fielded on the boundary by Van Heerden. Well picked up and tossed aside so he didn't run over the ropes, but very well gathered. Rolf's having a look. Mulatane into Rolf's, full of ball, and that thing curved as it went to backward point, as they do sometimes when a play hits it square. He stays and settles for one. Another misfield by the Badgers. That brings Aubrey Swanepoel back onto strike. Oh, there we go. That's 4 runs. Very well weighted and almost just helped it over square leg for one bounce and into the boundary as he moves on to 13 runs. Experienced campaigner. I think he understands what is required of him here. There are 5 overs left to get the bonus point, and they are 25 runs short of taking this the first of the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition at the reserve in White River. Mulatane continues into Swanepoel, who hits it a beautiful lofted drive over the bowler's head for one bounce into the side screen, and I think he's on the charge here. And you're not going to stop a rhino on the charge, Bongani. That is a very bad joke. I'm going to get punishment for that, I'm sure. But I said it, and that's it.
Yeah, decision's been made here, right? And here he goes again. He's lofted it over mid-on, bounces into the boundary for 4 runs. Again, Ryan, I think this speaks to what we spoke about. A decision has to be made, at some point a decision has to be made that this is what we're going to do now, and it must be sort of done.
Yeah, it's nice to say that, but it's also it's nice when it comes off, because a decision has to be made, but then you've got to make it happen. And I think that what happened is the Badgers decided to start having a go. We saw the footwork charging down the wicket, not charging, but coming at the batsman, and then the wickets would go. So I think the decisions were made, they just didn't go in the way they wanted it to. Whereas with the Rhinos, they've made the decisions, they've capitalised, and they've made it work. And the fruits are showing for the Rhinos here as they 17 runs away from a victory here at the reserve. Rolf's 2 away from his milestone. Momberg coming in from the golf course end. Rolf standing tidily deep in his crease. Momberg shorter delivery again and easily worked away for as he gets 1 run to deep square leg. And that brings Swanepoel onto strike. Rolf moves to 49. The Rhinos 199 for 4 after 36 overs. Very well orchestrated run chase here. It was never a stage besides the older bowling where the guys were taking too much strain or where it became too much of a challenge. I think that flat spin with some variations was a challenge, especially with the lack of bounce. It's Momberg into Swanepoel, full ball wide on the leg side, and that is 5 wides. It will be very disappointing if he leaves Rolf stranded on 49 on striker's end if they bowl too many of those, as the Rhinos move to 204 for 4 after 36 overs. If you just look at the body language on the field at the moment, it's quite evident as to how the guys are feeling. It's a long way to come to have a match go like this for you. Full ball, and he's hit it over and it's a fantastic catch. For a few seconds there I thought it was going clearly over the head of Van Heerden. He's taken 2 very good catches today to get rid of Swanepoel, and that brings Birkinshaw to the crease. Well, a quick cameo there by Aubrey Swanepoel, to bring the Rhinos closer to their victory here. I don't see it them being able to pull it back. You know, we can pretty much say that this is, unless there's a
Yeah, I think as we can see now, as Swanepoel comes off, he's getting a clapper and a positive acknowledgement from his teammates, because I think he stuck to what he was out there to do. Yes, he might have gone out now, but he was there to close off the game. As much as he didn't get to the end, I think he did what was necessary. Let's see how the two batsmen at the crease can close it up. That's Rolfs, and facing is Brockenshire. So Rolfs is facing with one more to go to get to his 50. And again, as I said in the innings, the Badgers innings, I think let's just wait for the bowler to go through. And that's Rolfs 50.
It's funny, as a batsman you want to hold your breath for the batsman, even though he's had a faultless 50 here. You want to hold your breath for the batsman and hope for him to get his milestone there. It's a well organised little innings from Herman Rolfs here, and Momberg continues into Brockenshire, fuller ball, slower. Oh, and it's a chance here, but he holds it and decides not to have a go. And they get through for the single. Okay, very clever batting by the Rhinos here. They've just done this. It's really looked pretty effortless. They've consolidated when they needed to consolidate, when Aldo was bowling, and I think he put on the most pressure at that stage, because that's when the wickets fell. But it's other than that, it's been a reasonably effortless chase by the Rhinos. This and nice start up to the rest of the season for them. And Momberg into Rolfs, fuller ball, very well driven to Van Heerden, who picks up cleanly. It's very good on with his hands, old Van Heerden. He looks like he's a pretty decent fielder. He's taken all the catches, which have never been, none of them have looked easy. They don't match Twala's one in the Badgers innings. That was a fantastic catch at cover, jumping and snatching the ball out of the sky. I would have thought that was going to go straight to the fence. And with that, is this new bowler coming in? Is this, could it be Majiza coming in to finish off the innings? 3 overs to achieve the bonus point. Bonus point win here for the Rhinos. I think that's got to be their only goal here, is to try and stop that. Both of these players capable of hitting the long ball, and I'm sure they're going to behave as professionals and deal with the moment as such. It's always a shorter ball, keeps low, patted back to short cover. Yeah, there's always an urge at the end to, you know, you've got a choice. You can finish this in 2 shots here, but you're not going to feel too happy back in the change room when your coach is giving you a death stare when you've just lost the wicket with 3 overs left to get the bonus point. So it poses as a challenge as Majiza comes into Brockenshire. Very little bounce there as it rolls through to the keeper. 1 bounce through to the keeper. A wider ball by Majiza. The the Rhinos players can be quite happy with their performance today. But in saying that, not all the games are going to be this straightforward. It just took one partnership from the Badgers to change the whole way this game panned out, and they're going to have to take responsibility for that. Majiza into Brokenshaw, and a clean hit that's straight to the boundary, and it hits the sponsorship board with a thud, and the Rhinos move to within 4 runs for the victory. Could this be the last over for the Badgers?
Well, if you look at how the Rhinos have batted since the drinks break, I think they might try and close it up.
Here we go.
And that's another 4. Yes. And that is the game. Congratulations to the Rhinos. I think, Ryan, yeah, it's been a good day for cricket, all round. A lot's been learned from both sides of the team, of the field, and I think the Rhinos will be proud of what they've achieved and how they've achieved it today.
Yeah, it was a good display. I think the Rhinos dominated this from the get-go. I mean, we arrived here into the first over, and from when we arrived, the Rhinos were hitting their areas. They were consistent, which we've touched on earlier, and they looked really structured, good field positions, and it was a very organised effort and a good win for the Rhinos to start off this Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition. Some good performances for the players. You know, there'll be one or two. You know, you can't completely disregard the Badgers players and their batting performance. It was a tricky wicket to come on if you've never played on it before. Slightly slower than what they possibly used to, but they never had the opportunity to put an innings together, and the Rhinos capitalised from the get-go. So they'll be very happy to take the win and the bonus point away from their opening match here at the reserve in White River, and that's a wrap. Thank you very much, Bongani, and to all the viewers for joining us in this Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day competition, the start of the season, and it leaves much excitement for the rest of the season. We've got a lot to look forward to. So, Bongani, over to you, closing out, but goodbye, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ryan. It's been a good day, and yeah, it's going to be a great season to watch some good cricket all around. It's going to be good to see the Badgers coming back from this, but I'm very sure they're going to do. But thank you so much, Ryan, and goodbye to everybody. All the best for the season to all the boys that have been on the field today.